Chapter 501 to 525. Chapter 501, Vampire's Full Transformation. Meanwhile, Manananggal, Saurus, and Wendigo were finally showing some signs of getting pissed at Felix's antics. They didn't care much that he was playing with Blood Merchant to embarrass Manananggal. That's because they believed that his lack of energy would cause only J. Ramongandra to feel ashamed when he ends up dying. However, noticing that he had created almost a 40 meters long serpent with intricate details without dropping a single sweat, made them realize that his tank wasn't even close to being consumed as they assumed. He must know that we are watching him, hence the reason why he faked his exhaustion before and now created J. Ramongandra's version. Manananggal narrowed his eyes dangerously. This kid must be toying with us either on his own or that snake told him to do this. Alright, forget about it for now. Wendigo pointed his finger at Blood Merchant who was walking towards Felix's apartment and said, "The battle is going to start soon." Manananggal glanced at the J. Ramongandra's imitation and said calmly, "If my champion fully transformed before entering the apartment, that poison serpent is as useless as a fart." The other primogenitors nodded their heads in agreement. Back in the apartment complex, Blood Merchant was currently sprinting through the corridors, wanting to scout the entire complex to see his target face to face. Due to the lowered number of apartments, there were only 6 floors, making it easier for him to scout through them all in merely 5 minutes. When he didn't find anyone, he was honestly confused and a bit shocked. What's going on? Why is that player not leaving his apartment even in such a crucial moment? Blood Merchant kept looking around with his blood vision. He already did so the moment he left his apartment and didn't notice anyone in the corridors. But, he still wanted to sprint and check with his own eyes since he knew that abilities could be used to block his vision's surveillance. Is he giving up due to injury or something? If he was giving up, why not try to disqualify himself in the daylight cycle, which is the safest option? Or he thinks that it's best to ambush me when I try to hunt him down. But, that's just foolish. He already has 10% debuff and now with another 10%, his elemental manipulation or physical strength would be affected pretty badly. It's just impossible for him to win in those conditions even against a normal player, don't even mention me. Arg, what the hell is going on with that moron? Many questions coursed at once in Blood Merchant's mind, making him a bit irritated that he didn't have the answer to them. Alas, he could only place a key in the keyhole beside him and began the true scouting while trying to solve some of those questions. 7 minutes later, his questions weren't answered, but his key had managed to unlock a door. A door that was going to answer all of his inquiries but at the same time could cause his death. Blood Merchant has successfully found landlord's apartment. Luna commentated with an elated voice, now it's up to him when to start the hunt. Just like the Queen announced, the moment one of those two had located the other, the night cycle would automatically begin. Since only 2 of them remained, Blood Merchant didn't get teleported to his apartment. Instead, he was left to continue swimming in his own thoughts in front of the door, planning for the last battle. Although I am confident in my chances to victory, I should probably enter a full transformation and also prepare my weapons and armor. Blood Merchant thought with a solemn expression, I have 35% energy, which is more than enough to win if I went all out from the start and concluded the fight early. Upon making up his decision, Blood Merchant immediately entered the transformation sequence that was also an inherited ability from the ancestor for those with higher bloodline purity. The transformation was somewhat the same as the semi-morphing ability that Felix possessed. Whoosh whoosh. Just like Van Lord's previous half-assed transformation, large bat-like dark wings were the first to pop off from Blood Merchant's back. Followed by his prolonged fangs, nails, and hair that had gotten longer until it reached his shoulders. His skin got extra paler while his cheeks had sunken to the bones, making him resemble a sickly kid who never saw the sun in his life. Just as some viewers thought that his creepy appearance couldn't get any scarier, they yelped in horrification after they saw that his body got ripped apart in half, spewing a fountain of blood everywhere. Thud. His bottom half had fallen to the ground while he started flying in the same place, nonchalant to the idea of losing both of his legs. There it is! The vampire's creepy full transformation! Luna exclaimed in excitement and followed it up with a quick explanation. This transformation is claimed to be the optimal form of vampires as it allows them to get rid of their lower body that does nothing but slows them down during their flight. Those who never heard of this fact couldn't help but nod their heads at the logic behind it. Yet, having 2 extra useless legs in midair would simply be a fat burden. That's why, even though anyone could have wings, they would never outspeed someone with the whole wings and tail package. Only the vampires possess the ability to cut off their own body in half and not worry about bleeding to death, since they were the overlords of blood. Because of his blood manipulation, Blood Merchant had sealed the wound and controlled his own blood that had been spewed outside. Whoosh! Whoosh! He utilized it to create his own crystallized armor and 2 long thin red swords. Terrific! Blood Merchant made sure to save up his elemental energy by taking advantage of his own blood. Luna asked in wonder, let's see what Landlord is planning now. When the camera had got placed on Felix, everyone was left speechless by the sight of him spewing large amounts of greenish sand on his giant serpent. The sand began coating the serpent by following its curves throughout its long body. Since Felix didn't possess sand manipulation, he was utilizing his mental energy to make it happen. Why is he coating it with sand? Olivia asked while tilting her head in confusion. Who knows? George rubbed his eyebrows. I don't even know why he created the damn thing in the first place. When he was done speaking, Felix had finished coating the entire serpent from head to bottom, leaving only its dreadful purplish eyes and wide jaw exposed. So, nothing much changed but giving the serpent a more solid feel to it. Creak! Abruptly, the rowdy stadium went quiet after seeing that the door had been opened up slowly. With a snap of a finger, Luna switched the camera to Blood Merchant, showing his point of view. As expected, the entire apartment appeared as empty as a graveyard. Felix and the giant serpent were placed exactly above the door, making it impossible to notice them unless he entered. Whoosh whoosh! Suddenly, Blood Merchant's wings began flapping faster and faster while he was still affixed 3 meters above the ground. With narrowed focused eyes and a bloodthirsty aura, Blood Merchant created a red shell around his body and zoomed inside the apartment like an arrow. Cluck! The only thing left behind him was the door closing automatically, sealing those two together for the last time. The moment Felix noticed him, putting as much distance as possible from the door, he detached himself from the ceiling and used the lightning arcs to pull himself towards the J. Ramongandra's imitation. SZLZLZLZ. The lighting arcs connected easily due to the sand grains being solid objects. His ability was capable of connecting with any solid object. Smart! No wonder he coated the serpent with sand. Luna exclaimed in enlightenment while watching Felix standing above the serpent's giant head without his legs actually touching the surface. Whoosh! By using his mental energy, Felix controlled the serpent to slither in the air towards Blood Merchant, who seemed like he was slowing down his speed due to his closeness to the other wall. When Blood Merchant heard the raging sound of wind behind him, he couldn't help but take a quick glance. Immediately after spotting Felix standing with crossed arms above and stiffened brightened hair above that dreadful serpent's head, he felt like his world had been flipped upside down. The only thought that managed to course in his frozen mind was, am I under an illusion? Chapter 502, Why is he wasting energy? Alas, Felix didn't give him enough time to think things through as he controlled the inner greenish poison of the serpent to be released from its wide-opened jaw at him. It truly resembled a dragon breathing greenish fire. Whoosh! Upon seeing so, Blood Merchant regained his wits at once and leaned to the left, dodging the poisonous breath quite easily. This bastard is Landlord, it got to be. There is no one in this game with poison abilities or manipulation. Blood Merchant thought with a cold expression while turning around sharply after reaching the wall. However, instead of continuing his escape, he turned around and hovered in his place while eyeing Felix and the serpent closely this time. Felix didn't feel like entering a chit-chat or a staring contest with him when he was expanding his mental energy to the limit to control the serpent and contain the absorbed lightning at the same time. Thus, the poisonous breaths continued coming at Blood Merchant, forcing him to start moving again. He better stop wasting his energy like that. Luna commentated, Blood Merchant's speed in his full transformation is unfathomable. Currently, he isn't even going at his fastest speed. The viewers agreed with her notions, but Felix still continued on his useless attacks. Unsurprisingly, he hadn't touched Blood Merchant's clothes yet. The only difference that emerged from his chase was the size of his serpent's imitation getting smaller and smaller. What a foolish human! Blood Merchant scoffed in his mind while evading another poisonous salvo. Does he thinks he has an infinite amount of energy? I was expecting something from him after going through all of this effort to fool me, but what the hell is this? Blood Merchant really was on his toes the entire time, since he still couldn't comprehend how did Felix make it this far without leaving his apartment. It was too uncanny in his eyes. The only theories he came up with in this duration were either Felix managed to survive purely by not getting found out, or he massacred every hunter who aimed at him. He was more inclined to believe in the latter after seeing that gigantic serpent. Hence, the reason he started to take Felix very seriously instead of looking down on him like before. But, how the f*ck could he continue taking him seriously when Felix was literally wasting energy like there was no tomorrow? Even if I decided to be generous and assume that he has wasted only 50% during his previous fights, he should be now at 20% or even 15% after creating that 40 meters long serpent. Blood Merchant reasoned without an ounce of pressure from Felix's attacks. If I am right, he should be somewhat exhausted right now but is trying to hide it with his nonchalance. When he came up with this conclusion, Blood Merchant narrowed his eyes at Felix's face, focusing really closely on his forehead area. Bingo! Surprisingly, there was really a drop of sweat on Felix's temple. Luna and the viewers had spotted it before Blood Merchant, making them reach the same conclusion as him. Landlord is almost at the red zone of his tank. While Luna was commentating, the Darken faction members were talking about this particular drop of sweat like it was the decider of the game. Do you think it's real this time, or he is trying to fool everyone again? Maybe the previous time he was simply sweating from physical or mental exhaustion. Wendigo said, this time should be real? It's impossible for a human to have this much energy even if Lady Sphinx doubled it, unless she did more than that. Just as Saurus and Mananangle opened their mouths, wanting to retort, they closed them shut after remembering the upgrades that Felix received. Let's hope that's not the case, otherwise, your champion is really going to be played until his death. Saurus said, sighing. Another failed poisonous breath. The serpent's size has been brought down to merely 5 meters due to those attacks. Luna commentated, if he used another one, I doubt he would have something to stand. Oh. Whoosh. Before Luna could finish her commentary, she was left speechless after seeing that Felix ended up sending the entire goddamn serpent at Blood Merchant while he was dropping into the floor. Thud. Poof. The moment he landed on the ground safely, the serpent had collided with the wall and exploded into a cloud of sand and poison particles. Meanwhile, Blood Merchant was looking at this useless attack from tens of meters with a deadpan expression. He crossed this distance in merely half a second. Hell, he could have gone back and forth twice and dodged the attack successfully. Is this everything that he got? He does look tired. Blood Merchant arched his eyebrows while eyeing Felix, who was wiping his sweaty forehead in a sneaky manner. Time to go on offense. Blood Merchant stopped thinking and decided to start doing. Although he preferred fighting up close, he wasn't stupid to rush at Felix right at the start. Instead, he snapped his finger and created 10 crystallized red spears above his head. Then, he flew towards Felix to close the gap between them and swung his hand downward, projecting those spears at him. Whoosh whoosh, boom. Felix didn't utilize any ability in his evades, as he simply relied on his physical fitness to jump back and forth until the last spear ended up passing right beside his cheeks. Boom. It exploded on contact, resulting in the creation of crystallized fragments that had fallen into the ground, joining their peers. Upon noticing that he was in the middle of those fragments that had yet to turn into light particles, Felix immediately jumped in the air, knowing that his position wasn't optimal. Phew phew phew! Whoosh whoosh! Blood Merchant didn't stop at that as he created other red spears and sent them at Felix, who was still in mid-air. SZLZLZLZL. With nowhere to go, Landlord was forced to his lightning pole to hoist himself away from danger. Luna proclaimed in excitement while watching how those fragments and spears ended colliding with each other after Felix had been taken to a safer area with ability. So he has a lightning mobility ability. Blood Merchant noted from afar, the best play here is to keep pressuring him to use it multiple times until he is completely sapped. Then go for the kill. Upon deciding so, Blood Merchant restarted his pressuring tactic by projecting crystallized sharp weapons from all sizes and shapes at Felix. Look at him dance! Haha! That's what you get for wasting your energy. The vampire viewers kept throwing taunts and curses at Felix, who was truly dancing quite elegantly to evade this never-ending barrage of weapons. Most of the time he gets forced to utilize his lightning pole, making Blood Merchant happier each time. His plan was simple. Whoever run out of energy first would be the one to die. Since he knew that Felix had wasted a ton of energy earlier, he was confident in his chances to clutch it. As he expected, Felix soon started to sweat like crazy while his face turned bright red, appearing like someone who had run a 30 km marathon in one go. His movements were clumsy and heavy, like he was barely able to move. All of this was a clean characteristic of either physical or elemental exhaustion. For those monster players, they would always reach elemental exhaustion before physical one since their bodies were in optimal shape. Meanwhile, Blood Merchant looked like he could still go at this for another 10 minutes. He must be out now. Blood Merchant narrowed his eyes coldly. It's time for the real show. Immediately after, Blood Merchant flew towards Felix, getting a bit closer but not close enough that Felix could jump and reach him. Then, he started to manifest a cannon with a base to hold it in place. When Felix saw this, he bolted away while huffing in exhaustion. Blood Merchant merely snickered in his mind at the sight. He didn't even bother to chase him down as he fully focused on crystallizing his cannon. Only when it was done did he flew rapidly towards Felix, reaching him in less than 2 seconds. Then, he created 2 red cannonballs inside the cannon. When Blood Merchant felt that the cannonballs were touching each other at the back of the cannon, he made a pistol sign with his finger and aimed at Felix, who was still sprinting away from him. Blood Merchant smirked faintly while placing his fingertip exactly on Felix's tiny head, then fire. Boom! Hoosh! A mini explosion occurred within the cannon, followed by the projection of a single speeding red cannonball at Felix. The speed it was going at was faster by 3 times than the previous spears. When Felix felt a sudden danger behind him, he jumped to the left side and rolled 3 times due to the momentum. Boom! Before he finished rolling, the cannonball smashed the previous area he was at, projecting hundreds of tiny crystallized fragments in every direction. Thud thud thud! Since Felix was out of balance, those fragments had ended up hitting him. The first clean strike on Landlord since the moment this game had begun. Luna proclaimed loudly in excitement. Chapter 503, The Last Keykeeper. Though, it didn't do much to him. Luna pouted. As she mentioned, Felix had stood back up and continued his sprint without letting out a single wind CE. If tiny fragments could harm him, then he really should reconsider working on his defenses. Regardless, Blood Merchant was pleased to see that he had managed to touch him. If he hit him once, he would hit him twice and thrice. Alas, when he loaded the next cannonballs and exploded one of them to propel the other at Felix, he was left irked by the sight of him managing to dodge them narrowly. He always missed him by few inches. However, the fragments were hitting Felix all right after each dodge. Still, they were useless. I need to either double down my range attacks or fight him melee. Blood Merchant frowned his eyebrows, My fighting style is focused on melee battles, but my guts are telling me that it's better to just stay away from him for now. Though I need to conclude this battle before 30 minutes. Otherwise, in the next battle, I will be severely weakened unlike him. Upon thinking so, Blood Merchant snapped both of his fingers and manifested 4 more cannons. Then, he loaded all of them with 2 cannonballs and fired them all together at Felix. SZLZLZLZ. Knowing that it was going to be impossible to dodge them all at once with his fitness, Felix didn't hesitate to use his lighting arc and pull himself away from the strike zone. Damn it, this bastard still has some leftovers. He understood that if he lowered the number of his cannonballs, Felix would most definitely evade them without using elemental energy. He had no plans to lower the number and try his luck since he knew that players' stamina could last them for hours and hours. Felix's movement might look clumsy, but it didn't mean that he would get hit by a single cannonball coming at him. I can only protect myself against his poison and go all out in a melee fight. From his videos, he was still not that adequate in pure close combat with weapons. Blood Merchant waved his hand, destroying all of those cannons. Mananangel, Wendigo, and Saurus had a bad feeling when they saw him doing that. Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx and J. Ramungandras grinned faintly at the sight. Hudush! When they saw that Blood Merchant had brandished his 2 long swords together and flew towards Felix rapidly, their faint grins almost reached their ears. The moment Felix felt that he was being chased, he turned around and showed a subtle terrified expression while increasing his speed even further. You ain't going anywhere. Blood Merchant snickered in his mind and increased his speed as well. Die! He shouted in his mind while swinging his sword at Felix's wide-open back. Just as the sword was about to connect, Felix had released all of the contained lightning inside his body, causing him to brighten up while his hair to stand up straight. Immediately after, his lightning-quick reflexes passive began doing its magic by allowing Felix's brain to see and process everything at snail-slow speed. The reason it needed lightning to be active was that the electricity was stimulating the neurons extensively to transmit information 10 times faster than average. So, it's not that Felix was seeing everything in slow motion, it was his brain that was operating so fast, everything seemed slow. This kind of state allowed Felix to activate his electrical field instantaneously, resulting in Blood Merchant and his sword getting engulfed at a shitstorm of lightning at once. Slice! Splash! Blood spilled from Felix's back as he still got wounded by the sword due to the momentum of Blood Merchant's flight. Due to his enhanced body defenses, Felix merely winced slightly and turned around instantly to clutch Blood Merchant's twitching head. He could see his horrified and shocked expression while he was still getting zapped. Unlike Van Lord, he didn't pass out instantly. However, the sight of Felix's body growing bigger and bigger while clutching his head tightly, was enough to make him pass out. Blood Merchant realized that he had been fooled all this time since Felix had never utilized electrical ability or showed that his reflexes were this abnormal. He was always using only electrical pull. Blood Merchant knew if he had seen just electrical field ability, he wouldn't dare approach Felix without a counter plan. Alas, knowing that didn't change the reality that the electrical field was growing bigger and more painful with Felix's body growth. When Felix reached 8 meters tall, the electrical field had reached up to 10 meters in radius while the lightning tongues were as big as Bagugas T.H.I.G.Hs. Crack! Crack! A. Blood Merchant managed to let out an ear-piercing shriek in his mind as the pain had reached the limit that his nervous system could handle. Too bad, that was the last thing to be concerned about as the moment Felix reached 10 meters, Blood Merchant's skin began melting off like it was made out of goo. Fortunately, he wasn't feeling pain anymore but only numbness and emptiness. Meanwhile, his mind didn't have a single thought as his brain was in the full instinctual mode to help him survive. Sadly, the instant he got caught by Felix, no one could save him anymore. SHSHSSHHSHS. In the end, only a puddle of gooey black blood was left behind in his position, representing everything that he had left behind in this life. Gooey black blood. Naima, Carrie, Naomi, and the rest of Felix's classmates could only stare with a spooked expression at the gooey black blood. They couldn't help but recall Felix's polite and handsome image that he had in the academy and compare it with everything that they had seen in this game. They were studying and hanging out with a monster who could easily kill them if it wasn't for the weakening potions in their eyes. Alas, if only they knew that it was utterly useless. Phew, that took a while. Felix winced slightly while murmuring, he really was a hard fish to bait. Although it was just a murmur, it resounding akin to thunder in this dreadfully silent stadium. This caused the viewers to wake up from their daze. So the 40 meters poison serpent, the needless waste, showing exhaustion through sweating and panic, so, all of this was just to bait Blood Merchant to get closer. Luna said with an absent-minded expression, how could he even afford such a heavy-priced bait? It just doesn't make sense. Unfortunately for Luna, even the primogenitors were left astounded after their prediction ended up false. Right now, they could only look at Lady Sphinx's cheerful smile and think to themselves, did she go offline for thousands of years to give birth to this abomination that defies logic? Is there a problem? Lady Sphinx asked in confusion after seeing their weird looks. Cough, it's nothing, we are simply amazed by your little champion's patience. Aspidic alone said while switching his vision to Felix, who was in the process of teleportation. The game was concluded the moment he slew a Blood Merchant and obtained his keys, turning him into the last keykeeper. True, the kid was smart enough to play around his strengths and minimize his weaknesses. Erebus said, he must have known that it was absolutely impossible for him to go on offense against Mananangle's champion due to his speed. Hence, he played every card he knows to bait him into approaching him. The rest of the primogenitors nodded their heads in agreement. They knew if Felix didn't do that, he would have been left with two options. Either he plays it extremely slow by focusing only dodges until Blood Merchant loses it and switch his battle style, or force the fight to last 30 minutes. This would result in the game getting prolonged to another cycle. At that time, Blood Merchant would have 30% debuff while Felix would have his debuffs gone since he survived the hunt. Both options might work for Felix to secure the win, but who knows if that would take hours to happen due to Blood Merchant having the capability to fly, unlike Felix? He did all right. Ramongendra said calmly. He truly felt that Felix still missing a lot and was actually wasting poison manipulation's potion due to his lack of understanding. So many issues that he had in the games could have been resolved easily with his poison manipulation if his level in it was high enough. I should double down on his training. Ramongendra decided solemnly. Little Asna's emergency energy played a huge role in his fights. But, he can't rely on it forever. I need to prepare him before Little Asna connects to the UVR. Otherwise, he will get steamrolled against the veteran champions. Landlord. Abnormal. Freak. Landlord. While Ramongendra was thinking of ways to improve the training, Felix was receiving a standing ovation from his fans and few other fan clubs from different races. Although their idols either got killed or disqualified, they still felt like it was only appropriate to give the underdog some respect over the wits and strength he displayed throughout the entire game. A human winning a promotion game was already a rare thing, but actually dominating it, that never happened before. No one was more excited by this fact than the humans themselves, who felt an innate pride get pumped each time they hear Felix's name getting chanted by other races. A win in the planetary games always gave the citizen an amazing feeling, but a win against other races? That was the ultimate glory. Chapter 504, The Wager. Give another round of applause to Landlord, the newest member to the UISG platform. Luna yelled passionately on her tiny mic while standing above Felix's hair, making him want nothing but to slap her away. Clap clap clap. Alas, he reeled the feeling in and simply waved at the spectators and especially his fans, who were waving his flags and beating the drums to the sound of his chants. After me. Leader Emma brought a green hand speaker near her mouth and screamed in exhilaration, 7 wins in row, 3 more to go. Sure enough, the stadium rumbled with that chant, letting everyone know that Felix was still on his winning streak. Holy, he actually won 7 in a row? What AF **ing beast. Tisk, even if he broke the record, it is merely the human branch record. The UISG has its own that is almost impossible to break. Oh, you talking about the 17-win streak left by the noble Tibius? Who else? Most viewers were clearly pessimistic about Felix's chances to break the winning streak record in the UISG. They felt like he had a slight chance of pulling off 10 wins in a row if he gave them the same performance as in this game, but after it, not a chance. They weren't thinking like this out of spite or envy but just out of logic. That's because they knew that Felix's MMR was currently so high, he would immediately get placed against peak gold players or, God forbids, platinum players. He would be forced to fight against those monsters to fix up his 100% winning ratio. Thankfully, Felix never cared about the record or aiming for it. He was simply doing his best in every game to win. If someday, he ended up losing, he wouldn't even feel bad or let it affect his mentality since he lost plenty of games in his previous life. The one thing he learned from losing was the fact that, well, it's not the end of the world. He could always try again and again and again. 7 wins in row, 3 more to go. 7 wins in row, 3 more to go. Under this chant, Felix waved his hands to his fans and teleported outside of the stadium without bothering with Luna's tantrum. He had plenty of things to get done and time was definitely not his ally. The moment Felix got teleported, Ramongandr and Lady Sphinx excused themselves and left the assembly as well. They didn't regroup in Felix's consciousness space but went to Lady Sphinx's residency in the UVR. It was that cosmic-sized golden pyramid in the middle of nowhere. Inside a comfy lounge, Ramongandr got served a cup of tea by a maid but he waved his hand in rejection. Should we contact them now? Lady Sphinx asked while taking a sip elegantly. I doubt they would give us their link to meet up. Ramongandr snorted softly, they know that I will gloat at their loss and embarrass them even further. So, they will just ship the blood maniacal monolith straight away to your address. It won't hurt to try. Lady Sphinx shrugged her shoulders and said, you may not know it but they have gotten even more egoistic and proud over the years of your absence, especially when they forced Fenrir to enter his defensive hibernation protocol to survive their gang up. Fenrir, sigh. Ramongandr showed a guilty look as he murmured the name, making Lady Sphinx soften her expression. She placed her hand on his hand and comforted him, I understand that your relationship with Fenrir is like blood brothers but you shouldn't blame yourself for what to happen to him. Ramongandr shook his head and said bitterly, I should have been there for him, I should have been helping avenge himself against Manananggal instead of just giving up. Sigh, we call each other brothers but what kind of brother will do that to another? Alright, stop moping around. Lady Sphinx slapped his hand and said calmly, you and Thor were certain that the Darken faction's members were going to off themselves as you did. You were right, they did come to the pact meeting and if it wasn't for Illusion Primogenitor's interference, Fenrir wouldn't have been touched by them at all. Ramongandr knew that she was right but that wasn't enough to remove the guilt of leaving Fenrir to fend for himself against all 3 primogenitors after they exited from the illusionary world. Alas, against the Great Depression, nothing but his own motives could save him from falling in such a pit. He knew that even Fenrir would have fallen in it if it wasn't for the burning rage he had for Manananggal. Sleep well brother, because when you wake up, I will make sure the sight of a deranged bat would be the first thing you see. Ramongandr thought with a firm expression. He knew that he couldn't really harm Manananggal physically due to his current state and if he possessed Felix's body, it wouldn't change anything. After all, they couldn't kill him even when he was still at his peak. Killing primogenitors was almost an impossible task due to all the survival skills they possess. Killing Manananggal was even more difficult since he was the blood primogenitor. As long as he had blood, he was undying. Hell, even Fenrir managed to survive the onslaught of 3 primogenitors ganging at him together. Although he was now in a protective hibernation, he was still alive and every primogenitor knows exactly his hibernation spot. Yet, the Darken faction's members hadn't yet dealt with him. It wasn't because they didn't want to, but because it was simply impossible. That's because Fenrir's hibernation protocol made it possible for him to release a chilly air around him every single second for eternity as long as he remains asleep. That chilly air turns into ice and stack on his body over and over again in every second that passes by. Ramongendra had been told that the battle between Fenrir and the Darken faction members occurred millions of years ago, give or take. This implied that Fenrir had been in hibernation for that entire duration and his protocol was still active to this day, stacking more ice on his body. Lady Sphinx had even shown him a picture of Fenrir's current location, and how did it turn out be? At that point, Ramongendra didn't know how to react, as the sight was shocking even to him. Who could blame him? The image showed an icy blue sphere that was hundreds of times bigger than the sun. How could the Darken faction members do anything to it now when they failed to break it apart during their first fight with Fenrir? That's why pissing off the primogenitors and ruining their mentality was the only thing that would actually affect and harm them. Didn't most primogenitors decided to off themselves due to depression? Emotions could be a deadly weapon, and currently, it was Ramongendra's only weapon. As for the wielder, it was naturally Felix, who was currently humming a song while taking a shower. VRRR VRRR. Abruptly, Lady Sphinx's bracelet started vibrating. Upon seeing who was the sender, she informed the Ramongendra, I guess you were right. They really didn't want you to rip them apart after such an overwhelming defeat. I know them the best. Ramongendra sneered, this is just a single defeat, there are more to come and they can't avoid me forever. Hee, you boys do you. Lady Sphinx giggled with a happy expression like a teenage girl and said, I got what I wanted from them. Make sure it's not a counterfeit when you receive it. Ramongendra advised, since I am included, you never know what kind of shenanigans they will pull off. Pull one on me. Lady Sphinx gave him a look meant for morons and said, you think they could fool my truth eyes? Upon hearing so, Ramongendra coughed to hide his embarrassment, as he didn't account for her busted eyes that see only the truth and nothing but the truth. How many did you collect so far? Ramongendra said, trying to change the subject. Hee, I have 37 pieces now. Lady Sphinx said with a proud tone. So many? Ramongendra raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, I don't know how much you spent to get them from other primogenitors, but I wish you good luck to collect them all 197 pieces. I have all the time in the universe to unveil another secret. Lady Sphinx said in anticipation while eyeing a holographic image of a square brown rock that had 5 inscribed lines. The inscriptions appeared exactly like the ones etched on Felix's body. The blood maniacal monolith. Ramongendra murmured while glancing at the inscriptions on it. Hee, I hope others dare to bet their own monoliths as well. Lady Sphinx smiled widely and said, I can't wait to take all the missing monoliths from those fogies' hands. Seeing her behave high on a kit, Ramongendra could only keep his mouth shut about her obsession with them. They weren't called maniacal monolith by them for no reason. It takes one with immense patience and extreme obsession to gather all the pieces in one place. Lady Sphinx had gathered only 37 after billions of years, there were still 160 either in the hands of the primogenitors or hadn't been found yet. Only someone who seeks knowledge with great passion and discovering the secrets of the universe had the chance to gather them all. What do they do individually? Absolutely nothing. What would happen if they were gathered together? No one knows. The only thing that was known to the primogenitors was that it was due to those monoliths were they able to learn the meaning of some of the inscribed words on their bodies. The inscriptions that were responsible for giving them their unequal gifts. Chapter 505, Coupons Inventory. That's why some primogenitors absolutely refused to give away their element-related monolith after finding them by chance or trading with another primogenitor who owned their monoliths. Some even firmly believed that those monoliths were the source of their creation. Mananangel was one of them. If it wasn't for him underestimating Felix and overestimating his champion, he wouldn't have dared to accept having his monolith as the wager. Alas, he got baited pretty hard by the wager placed from those two. Lady Sphinx offered one separated dimension that was filled with chaotic energies and undiscovered entrance to the Void Realm, where the Void creatures are born and sent to the Matter Universe. Ramongandra didn't bet anything since he had already given most of the information he knows about some marvelous treasures to Lady Sphinx, so she could bet in his stand. "Wanna check my collection?" Lady Sphinx invited with brightened eyes. "Would it make it any difference if I rejected?" "No. Sai, take me to it." While those two were on their way to Lady Sphinx's monoliths collection, Felix had just finished showering in the real world and went to sit in his bedroom. "Queen, please open up my earnings list and my profile interface," Felix requested while drying his hair with a towel. / winning wish. Total streaming revenue, 1% 30 billion SC, with taxes. Unique title, The Big League Player. Game points collected solo, 12,800 GP//. Game points are a bit short than expected. Felix scratched his cheek. It seems like Blood Merchant's keys didn't get turned into points. Although he felt slightly cheated by this, he decided to not let it ruin his mood and focus on the streaming revenue. "At least, I earned a good revenue," Felix said with a satisfied tone. 30 billion SC from one game was beyond satisfactory, as it could set anyone for life. Felix knew that he only earned this much was because the viewership wasn't at its highest. Just because he had played a universal game didn't mean that he would earn a trillion in his first game. After all, going universal also meant that the number of games happening at once would explode, making the viewers get split up. Though, he knew that as long as he continued winning and gaining support from the human race, the next games would be beyond profitable since the humans' population was astronomical. If only 1% decided to watch his upcoming games by paying the stream fees and chose to support him by picking him as their reason for watching the game, the amount gained would make any player die from envy. "Good thing my public image is not atrocious anymore." Felix chuckled and swiped his finger away at the hologram, leaving only his profile interface. Name of the participant, Unpaid Landlord _6996. Age. Address. Integration level. Rank, low tier gold. Games played, 007. Wins, 007. Loss, 000. Win streak, 007, click to obtain rewards. Loss streak, 000. Eliminations, 050//. Felix ignored his rank that had been dropped to low tier and clicked on the shimmering win streak button. He already knew that he would be placed in a low tier when he enters the universal platform. Now, the real climb to supremacy would begin. /1 tier advancement coupon, allow the user to jump a tier in any rank. You can't skip promotion games. 1 use /365 days before expiring. 2. World announcement coupon, allow the user to send a message into the sky, visible throughout the entire game world. 1 use /365 days before expiring. 3. Second spin coupon, allow the user to spin the wheel 2 times. 1 use /365 days before expiring. 4. Prize pool 30% discount coupon, allow the user to purchase 3 items from the prize pool at a 30% discount. 1 use /365 days before expiring. 5. Winning streak saver coupon, allow the user to avoid losing their win streak after losing a game. 1 use /365 days before expiring, //. Oh, that's a good catch. Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise after seeing the 5th coupon. He knew that coupons were also split up into the common and rare ones. Examples of common coupons would be the World Announcement Coupon, Audience Discount Coupon, 1 tier advancement, etc. As for rare coupons, they had a large impact on the player. Just like the rank skip coupon that he used in his silver game. Winning Streak Saver coupon was a godly sent gift that wouldn't just save Felix's streak when he gets F***ed in a game but also allow him to continue getting 5 coupons after each win added to his streak. 5 coupons per win were the limit. Good, good, Queen, please open up my coupon inventory. Felix requested. It was truly worthy to be called an inventory as it was packed with tens of unused coupons. Any player who sees Felix's collection would jump on Felix and beat him up for not taking advantage of them. It wasn't that Felix didn't want to use them, but the SG human branch was just, well, too weak to bother using one. But now that he was an actual big league player, this was going to be changed. To secure my next win and get the most of it, I should use format pick coupon and double game points and second spin wheel if the game wasn't friendly to my abilities. Felix kept dragging a coupon after another to the side while continuing to speak. Lastly, I should use double triple tier skip at once since I will be fighting with either peak gold or platinum players. It might seem foolish to skip tiers, but Felix understood that as long as he continues winning, he would always be placed against players that were 3 or 4 tiers higher than him to break his winning streak and balance the matchmaking. After all, if he was winning constantly, it only meant that his strength was high above his peers and he needed to be placed against those that could actually make it difficult to win more games. By skipping those tiers, Felix would be earning wishes that had higher limit caps. So, it's a win for him. I have 4 wishes in my possession now and I think it's time to use 2 of them to gain access to 2 layers of data in the network. Felix considered. He always wanted to use his wishes to gain the privilege of scrolling through some of the blocked information from the public. If he had this access, he would have a much easier time finding knowledge about items, history, ruins, data about players, and more. Only now did he think it was the right time to go for it since he would still have 2 more wishes for emergencies. Wishes should never be used for items or coins unless it was necessary. The true value those wishes had was for situations like those. Queen, I am still in the 10th layer, correct? Felix wondered. No, you have entered the 8th layer automatically when you joined the Champions Games. Queen informed. Why no one ever told me about this? Felix said speechlessly. You didn't ask. You didn't ask. Both the Queen and the Primogenitor said at the same time, making his eyelids twitch in vexation. Cough, if I used 2 wishes, what access would I reach? None. Queen dashed his hopes, your wishes aren't high enough to unlock an entire layer. They could at mostly unlock knowledge branches in that layer. I guess it's because I am already down 2 layers. Felix thought, whatever, Queen, please unlock information about natural treasures and USIG player database. Are you certain? Yes. TI ring. A holographic notification popped up in front of Felix, congratulating him for his successful access to that hidden information. Without further ado, Felix went to the network and typed auctions that are renewed for selling high-end natural treasures. Instantly, a long list of names had unfolded itself before Felix, making him grin slightly in happiness. When he searched this exact question months ago, he legit got either rubbish or auctions that were known for selling only grade B natural treasures in the Milky Way galaxy. But now, he could see that some of those establishments were situated in other galaxies and their display catalog was filled with nothing but grade A natural treasures that were sold at 40 billion SC+. Damn, they sure are ripping off people. Felix's happiness was short-lived after double-checking on those numbers and comparing them with what Lady Sphinx had sold him, the precious natural treasures. Everything is triple the market price. Tisk, I would be a fool to spend my money in their establishments. Felix waved his hand at the hologram, sending it away from his face. Though he wasn't pleased by the prices, he did understand that when he seeks natural treasures, not all of them were going to be from the 4 elements that he had an affinity to. Hence, he would need to get disposed of them. The best way was naturally selling them in those auctions at those exorbitant prices or trade with another interested party. Exploring, hee hee. Aren't you a cute one? Asna snorted, if you don't want to get killed or kidnapped, you better keep your A.S.S in the campus. I know. Felix sighed in dejection after being reminded of his current shitty situation. Although he was safe in here, he truly felt like he was imprisoned on the campus since there were literally billions of eyes at him, waiting patiently for him to make a single mistake, then pounce. It was already risky enough to leave the campus and head to Lady Sphinx's castle, don't even mention leaving the planet and going off on an adventure. I guess I need to send Malik or Eric and also get other loyal subordinates to do my explorations for me. Felix laid on his bed and looked at the ceiling with a constipated expression. I will need to pay again billions to get worthy and loyal subordinates plus gear them up with space.I.P.S, equipment, artifacts, exploration gadgets, and more stuff to facilitate their journey. Hey, I have 98 billion SC in my bank but I still feel poor. Felix rubbed his eyebrows in weariness and murmured, let's check on those two first and see how far did they reach in their integration. Hopefully, it's close to peak 5th stage. Chapter 506, Adding New Members to the Organization. Without further ado, Felix dialed Malik and waited few seconds. Cluck. Hello, Sir Felix. Malik answered with a respectful tone. Unlike the first time when they met, she had been completely bought out by Felix and now had a massive amount of respect, loyalty, and trust. After all, months had gone by and in them, she read and saw what Felix was all about. Is that the boss? Let me talk to him? Eric's energetic voice resounded from the other side. Back off. Stop shoving my face. I just wanna say hi. Is that my bastard grandson? Robert's annoyed voice interjected in the call as well. Upon noticing that all of them were grouped up, Felix chuckled and requested. Malik put the call on speaker. Obeying his orders, Malik did so and Eric immediately shouted in excitement, F***ing hell boss! You killed it in the game. It was all right. Felix said, knowing that he indeed didn't play it too perfectly. In his eyes, the moment he wins a game without relying on Asna's energy, that's when he would truly be proud of his wins. What has gotten into you to be humble? Robert said with a doubtful tone, you rascal took everyone by surprise with your poison manipulation, lightning element, and freakish strength. I thought you will be over the moon. I have M.A.T.U.R.Ed Gramps. Felix said with a solemn tone, making Asna and the primogenitors roll their eyes at him. M.A.T.U.R.Ed? Hat, I will be a fool to belie, Tisk, who is calling me now? Let's catch up later son, got work to do. Robert said one last time before saying his goodbyes rushly and logging back in the UVR. He was a busy man with a company in a pizzeria restaurant chain that turned to be successful in the Alexander Kingdom's UVR territory. Since he knew that Felix wasn't going to answer his questions about the things he saw in his promotion game, Robert didn't bother wasting time mentioning the matter. Alas, Eric wasn't that wise to feel the same as he didn't hesitate to ask in excitement, Boss, how did you get poison manipulation? Do I have a chance to get a wind manipulation as well? Smack. Malik didn't hesitate to smack him in his head while scolding him, stop making it difficult for him. It's obvious that it was done by the Phantom organization and he is bound by contract to not speak about those matters. Sorry, got heated. Eric apologized with a foolish tone while rubbing his reddened baldy scalp. Don't mind it. Felix said calmly, I called you to check on your integration and also to deliver some good news. Oh. Malik raised an eyebrow in intrigue and informed, well, I am currently at peak 5th stage of replacement. I have reached it a month ago and stopped just like you asked us. Same. Eric said. That's good. Felix nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he smiled asked them, what do you think about using a mythical bloodline as your tier 7? Malik and Eric stiffened immediately after hearing so. When they saw each other's reaction, they knew that he truly mentioned the term mythical bloodline. Boss, you aren't messing with us, right? Right. Eric stuttered as he spoke, those bloodlines are sought after by every bloodliner in the galaxy. Some famous and rich players even posted on their social media account that they are willing to buy one for 60 billion SC. Even Malak, who was known for being serious and composed, reacted excessively. Who could blame her? Obtaining a mythical bloodline was currently the dream for every bloodliner. Well, the secondary dream after Felix had just shown to everyone that humans were capable of using elemental manipulation. Alright, don't ask me, I am just delivering news from the higher UPS in my organization. Felix lied through his teeth calmly. They wanted to add some members for Ancient Ruins explorations and I recommended both of you to be part of it. If you agreed, you will officially be part of the organization and rewarded mythical bloodline for each of you. For real. They really agreed. Both Malik and Eric were left astonished and also feverish by the news. They always wanted to be part of the organization after seeing all the great things it did to Felix. From his eyes, mythical bloodlines, elemental manipulation, and more. They wanted them to have them as well, but it didn't feel right to ask Felix outright to recommend them since he was their superior with a strict contract on them. By joining another organization, the contract terms might conflict with the one signed with Felix. For example, the organization might need them to keep everything they hear or see a secret. But, Felix's contract with them forces them to spill out any information he wanted from them. This conflict in terms will get discovered by the Queen early on and deny them from signing the organization's contract even if they wanted. If only they knew that Felix was the organization, they wouldn't be having those thoughts. Too bad, Felix had no intentions of disclosing to anyone that the organization was a sham lest he gets himself shot in the foot. Even to Malik and Eric, who had a strict contract signed between them. By making the organization take charge in those matters, it would also be much easier to pin up anything bad that might happen on it. So? You down to explore ruins? Felix asked with a solemn tone. It's not going to be easy at all, as you would be dealing with pirates, enemies of the organization, my enemies, competitors who lucked out on the ruins, and most importantly, the serious dangers inside the ruins themselves. While Malik's expression got grim instantly after hearing so, Eric's enthusiasm didn't get affected even slightly. Your happy-go-lucky attitude isn't going to work in the universe. My crew got killed and the rest enslaved by pirates who intercepted us when we reached the ruins. That happened while we had our guards fully up. She closed her eyes, not wanting to remember that hellish experience that she had gone through. Separation from family, dead friends, and clan mates, and most importantly, ending up a slave. All of this happened due to ruins exploration going wrong. At least she didn't receive the same treatment as Felix. The organization knows that ruins explorations aren't a joke. Felix said calmly, that's why they are going to give you the mythical bloodlines first to help you reach 75%, even though it's just 75%, you will be more powerful than peak 6th stage bloodliners. Haha. Even if it's just 50%, I am willing to go for it. Eric beamed. The more reasonable Malik had to ask with a frown, why 75% exactly? Is it because we will need 2 bottles? Yes, the organization can't be giving you each 2 bottles since they aren't mass manufactured yet. Felix continued his bullshitting casually. In reality, he didn't trust them enough to bring them inside the primogenitor's world by making them reach 99% and awake them. Plus, he also didn't dare go for it since he had no idea how will the Rock and Phoenix react after they get awakened. That's a whole different matter. Who knows if she would flip at Malik and him after waking her from her long slumber. After all, she was still alive and happily asleep above a random star in the infinite cosmos. So even for Malik and Eric, going above 75% was too risky. A heads up, if you picked this route, you may not ever have a chance to enter the Origin Realm. Felix inquired, are you okay with that? Both of them shrugged their shoulders at once and said, no problem whatsoever. Their reaction didn't weird out Felix at all, as he understood that Origin Realm wasn't accessible to anyone who reached peak 6th stage. There were many requirements and they needed to be met perfectly. Otherwise, Only death awaits anyone who goes for it. Now, that we settled this, I will email you the organization's modified contract. Felix bragged shamelessly, I have pulled some strings to modify it to fit our situation better. Asna and the primogenitors had already heard enough bullshit for today to react anymore. Thank you, boss. We won't embarrass you. I know that Malik won't, but you? Highly doubtful. Felix said, chuckling. Eric could only rub his nose with an abashed expression, knowing that he would probably cause trouble. Sir Felix, how about Elder Robert? Malik asked with a worried tone. We have managed to fend off multiple attempts on him and I doubt that they will decrease after your enemies realize our absence. Felix nodded his head in acknowledgement and said, that's why I need you to hire many strong servants. 2 of them for his protection and the others will accompany you as your squad mates in your explorations. I see. Malik, I want you to take care of this today. Felix said, I will be sending you the capital. Make sure to choose well. I will check on them later. I will get it done. Malik said with a solemn tone. How about me, boss? Eric complained, I am getting bored here doing nothing but hearing Elder Robert complain about the UVR's tough food market. Well, I do need help to buy those tier 5 bloodlines. I can't waste half a day running from a store to another. Felix pondered for a second before nodding his head. You don't mind doing anything? Anything, as long as it's fun. All right, after you sign the organization contract, I will let them know that you don't mind being an errand boy. Felix said. Errand boy? Eric repeated with a stunned expression, feeling like he just got cheated. Think it through. Felix looked at the hour and said, I will leave you guys now. You can expect the email to arrive in an hour or 2. After he heard their goodbyes, he hung up and started on the contract draft right away. End it quick, so we can restart the training from where we left. Ramongandra scolded, your use of poison manipulation is an embarrassment. You didn't say that when I made a creation of you from poison. Felix mumbled to himself. Did I hear something? Ramongandra narrowed his eyes at Felix, giving him the special death stare that never fails to send chills down Felix's spine. Cough, nothing. That's what I thought. Get off his back. Lady Sphinx scolded Ramongandra, managing to warm Felix's heart. Alas, she soon chilled it with a threat, final exams are in 20 days and you better make it to the top 3 in the first semester lest you end up in my lab again. I have yet to even take my nap. Felix's got a bit teary after remembering the final exams and other things he still needs to take off. He barely had a chance to take a breather after the game. Chapter 507, External Manipulation. The 3 months of hibernation truly screwed him over since he had skipped many classes about potions that would be in the final exams. If it wasn't for his photographic memory, saving him from the mountain of book texts, he would be left without tears. I should call Naima and the girls to help me find ways to increase my staggered elimination rate. Felix made a decision to rely on his girlfriends since he knew that would save him a lot of time than doing it all alone. Without further ado, he called Naima while continuing to write down an actual contract for his organization. He realized that it might come in handy to to invite others into joining it. The conversation started unfavorably for Felix due to the multiple calls and messages he missed from the girls. But, he came in with the clutch and saved the day with some sweet words. That got him in the final exam study group. However, since the girls were so far ahead in their preparation, Naima and Carrie decided to add an hour to teach Felix some of the things he missed. Thank you ladies, I will buy you drinks after exams. You better. Felix hung up the phone after saying his goodbyes and continued working on the contract draft in silence. In 30 minutes, he finished it and emailed it to his subordinates plus the capitals to run the errands he gave them. Not a second later, the Queen informed him, Eric Bogus have signed the Phantom Organization contract. God damn it! When will he learns to read contracts? Felix facepalmed the moment he heard so. He always knew that Eric was too naive for his own good due to his background, but he thought that by spending time with the M.A.T.U.R.E Malak, he might learn to keep his guard up or at least to read a goddamn contract once. Whatever, Malak would be leading the expeditions. Felix sighed in weariness and dropped the matter at once, knowing that he had no time to spend on anyone but himself. Let's buy some goodies from the prize pool before the training begin. Felix swiftly opened up the prize pool list and scrolled down to the most expensive items. Naturally, they were quality real artifacts from the dwarf race. Unlike in the SG human branch, there were tens of artifacts for everyone in the game to grab. Felix spent all of his points on buying them in bulks. Then, he closed the prize pool window and went to check when will the next gathering be held in the Ivy League city. In 26 days. Good, I will pay it a visit after the exams and sell those artifacts. Felix decided with a pleased smile. After all, there was a severe shortage of artifacts in the galaxy. Elder, I am ready. When he was done, Felix closed his eyes, preparing to log in. Ramongandr quickly knocked his king while the game was still on and said hastily, let's start with your atrocious external manipulation and move back to some internal technique. Asna, who realized late that she got screwed over, yelled after Ramongandr, come back here and lose. Alas, Ramongandr had already teleported to his bedroom and logged into the UVR. Then, he sent Felix a new link to his UVR's room and waited for him. The room was gigantic as it had a far-reaching ceiling that was almost invisible and walls stretching tens of kilometers. There were many environmental areas, spanning from mountain chains, forests, deserts, swamps, snowy heights, and naturally, also a pure area for training machines and measurements. A moment later, Felix's body got constructed right beside Ramongandr, who was standing in the machinery area. Come here. Ramongandr gestured at Felix while wearing a long-sleeved black robe that matched well with his purplish hair and green-scaled skin. When Felix stood next to him, he got hit in the head with a knuckle unexpectedly, making him wince with wronged expression. Don't make another imitation of me in the games again, or anyone's imitation, if you can't yet control your poison externally. Ramongandr scolded, you have been overexerting your mental energy to control so many things at once. That's a massive mistake since you leave your mind defenseless from mental attacks. I know. Felix rubbed his scalp and said, that was the first and last time I am doing such a thing. I only went for it since I have enough energy and knows that Blood Merchant didn't have mental affecting abilities. No creation for me. Upon hearing so, Lady Sphinx got disgruntled at once, but she didn't interrupt their conversation. Good. Now continue from where you left the last time. Ramongandr said. Felix nodded his head and snapped his finger, getting himself teleported to one of the many swamps in the room. The shallow water was dark green and continues to spew nasty bubbles in the air that would make anyone faint from the smell only. However, Felix didn't show a single ounce of distaste by being in this horrendous environment. Instead, he felt like he was at his home as the odor of the water smelled heavenly while the purplish miasma tasted as sweet as sugar. Felix entered the swamp and sat in a meditation position on the shallow water, leaving only his head exposed. Bubbles exploded near him, hitting his face with acidic drops, but they merely slid on his cheeks and returned to the swamp. He closed his eyes and felt like he was on top of the world as the water and the atmosphere were warm and mellow. Feel the poison around you. Understand what is poison and why poison is poison and not something else. Be poison and nothing but poison. Only then can you increase your affinity with poison beyond the limits. Ramongandra's voice kept echoing in the swamp, making Felix drown in his soothing voice and atmosphere. They had done this sort of exercise for 2 weeks the moment Felix had finished the minimum requirement to start learning about external manipulation. Based on Ramongandra's lessons, external manipulation would allow Felix to control any sort of poisons around him by mere feeling. Not mental energy or elemental energy. Just pure feeling and connection with the element would make it possible. This was harder than it seems since that connection couldn't be given or taught. Even the J. Ramongandr had no way to fasten Felix's progress by feeding him something. He could only give Felix some tips that helped him in his younger days to master external manipulation. This current practice was his own method to enhance the connection or the affinity he had with the element. After all, he might have been given perfect elemental manipulation, but he had to learn everything on his own from the beginning. Your so-called 100% affinity rating might appear amazing in your race standards, but in the primogenitor standards, that was the minimum requirement to have any type of manipulation. J. Ramongandr continued speaking with his southing voice, that's why it could be enhanced externally. However, the real affinity is the one that can be enhanced only with personal efforts to make a connection with your element. Felix neither replied nor showed a reaction. He simply absorbed his knowledge while continuing to create a bridge with poison element around him. In those weeks where he tried this exercise, he had yet to find much success. The only reason he could somewhat use external manipulation in the game before was due to his 100% affinity. As long as he didn't create a connection, he would never move forward in his manipulation. If you managed to reach a high level of connection, it wouldn't be difficult to be the element itself. J. Ramongandr tempted, don't you want to morph yourself into a mist of poison? Don't you want to morph yourself into a lightning bolt and travel through the clouds? All of this could be done if you simply worked hard enough. Damn it, old snake! Asna chided in irritation, how can he focus on feeling poison with your constant blabbering in his ears? Geez! What do you know? J. Ramongandr criticized, I am speaking with the voice of poison, I am making it easier for him. Hey! That's why he has improved amazingly. Your voice is sure poisonous all right. Asna said sarcastically. You little! J. Ramongandra's soothing voice was no more as he yelled sternly, you have been lacking manners lately. Manners? Hat, I am not the one who left through mid-chess game after realizing that it's doomed. Asna fired shots without care, making Lady Sphinx chuckle while flipping a page from a new book. Just as the J. Ramongandr wanted to retort, he took a deep breath and calmed himself up, not wanting to enter one of Asna's famous bickering traps amidst Felix's training. I will deal with you later. J. Ramongandr said sternly and focused on Felix, who seemed like he had entered his own world as he didn't even flinch from their bickering. Did he enter the zone? J. Ramongandr raised an eyebrow in surprise, he might see the poison particles around him now. Chapter 508, The Great Granduncle. Asna also stopped speaking at once upon seeing Felix's condition. All three of them knew that the zone state was a condition that couldn't be accessed manually but only by chance. It could happen to anyone, from commoners to the strongest in the entire universe. From an athlete to a professional SG player and finally to a Podi winner. Felix was currently disconnected from the world, having his eyes closed shut while his mind in a completely different place. Although his eyes were closed tightly, he could see green energy particles swimming past his vision. The feeling was inconceivable, like those particles were always there but he never noticed them before. They were extremely bright, probably due to their large numbers. However, just as he wanted to dive deeper into this world, the bright lights dimmed and the show was concluded against his will. Only darkness left behind, making him open his eyes with a dejected expression. Is this related to talent or something? Felix was ought to feel doubtful as he had spent weeks doing the same exercise, yet the only positive result he got was this one. He didn't know if he should even call positive results since he didn't benefit from it at all. Don't think like that, lad. J. Ramongandr comforted, it is meant to be hard for you since your race has no relation to poison inherently, like the serpent species, spiders, scorpions, etc. I see. Felix nodded, feeling a bit better about himself. He was always pressured that his unsatisfactory results would disappoint J. Ramongandr since he was using his poison manipulation. But it turned out that it wasn't him who was trash but all races or species without inherited relation to poison. Should I try again? Felix wondered. Yes, keep doing it for 3 hours. Ramongandra said, then, you are free to choose if you want to train internal manipulation or close combat practice against me. Felix nodded his head and closed his eyes again, then he relaxed his shoulders and drifted in this warm atmosphere. While Felix was feeling like he was on a hot spring, the news of his promotion game had already spread not only galaxy-wide but also universal-wide. After all, the things he displayed in the game made him appear more like a new race that resembled humans than humans themselves who were recognized for being weak. While the media in other galaxies wrote a few articles about him for those interested, the media in the Milky Way galaxy went absolutely bonkers. The articles they kept releasing were grander than the last one, turning Felix into some sort of a hero that was sent to bring their race some honor in the universal scene. No media was flaming him or dared to do so when most people in the galaxy were as high as kite, watching Felix brutalize a player after another in his promotion game. No matter how they discussed those subjects, the answer always comes back to the Phantom Organization. Felix had muted his email inbox right after the game was concluded because he knew that a lot of backgrounds would be sending invitations to parties, meetings, weddings, and any social gathering to bring him close and question him. He was certain that one or a couple of Origin Realm bloodliners would be on the guest list with him. Felix wasn't ready to deal with any one of them since he knew that those old monsters had enough strength to slap him to death. The difference between peak 6th stage bloodliner and Origin Realm was unfathomable. If it wasn't for so, some humans would have never made it to Platinum or Diamond in the UISG. Did he reply yet? The Grand Elder has woke up from his slumber just for this. The Maganda chief asked with a rushed tone while pacing around Princess Bird who was staring at her inbox. Stop moving around me, you making me dizzy. Princess Bird gave her father an annoyed look and said, and I doubt he will reply to any of us after he sees how mad the outside world is. Ah, I shouldn't have awakened the elder and filled him with the situation so soon. The chief sat on the side of the bed and sighed in frustration. He thought that either Felix or the organization would respond to them since they were allies on paper, but he didn't receive a single reply for hours now. That was freaking him out since he knew that the Grand Elder valued time more than anything in the universe. Making him wait for even a minute could cause him to lose a limb. Alas, minutes went by then hours. Felix didn't magically reply to him since he was still chilling in the swamp, trying his best to establish a connection with his element. Chief Maganda could only stare at the ceiling of his daughter's room with a deadpan expression and cold sweat covering his entire body. I am going to get killed if I met him without information. Soon, he looked down and spotted Alicia playing with her feet in the air while reading the latest news about Felix in the forums. An idea came up to him. Alicia. Yes. Don't you want to see your great-granduncle? You were born while he was still asleep. He asked with a hopeful tone. Nope. Alicia replied bluntly while writing a comment, bashing on someone who praised Felix. You are still coming with me either way. Chief caught her by the waist and affixed her on his shoulder against her will. Put me down. Alicia threw a tantrum immediately. I will tell Mom about this. The Maganda chief ignored her threats and the servant's weird looks as he walked towards the elevator. What are you staring at me for? Alicia growled, go call the security. I am being kidnapped by an imposter. Alas, no one bothered to address her shenanigans. An interaction like this was already happening on weekly basis. Oh, father, what are you up to again? Suddenly, a pleasant voice resounded from above, making Maganda chief and Alicia glance upward. What came in their view was a mesmerizing long-legged tanned girl, who had her hair caramel brown hair made into a short ponytail. She was wearing shorts and a tight-fitted blue t-shirt. Big Sisley, save me. He is taking me to the Grand Elder. Alicia immediately beseeched. The moment everyone heard that name, they lowered their heads and scattered like a bunch of C.O.C. croches that got exposed under an oven. Looking at her escaping back, Princess Bird could only cry out loud, you traitor! A few minutes later, deep under the royal tree where nothing could be seen beside giant roots and dirt, Maganda chief had reached the door of a room that was made inside one of the many routes. The tunnel leading to it was well brightened and unguarded. The chief pushed it slowly while speaking with a respectful tone, "Grand Elder, I have arrived." Upon receiving no response from the other side, Maganda chief and Princess Bird gulped a mouthful at the same time in nervousness. After a couple of seconds, Princess Bird whispered, "Let's leave, he must have returned to sleep after you kept him wait, mmmmm." Before she could finish, Maganda chief hastily closed her mouth and shushed her with sweat dripping down his forehead. Just as he wanted to scold her, a deep jarring voice resounded in his ears akin to a thunderclap. "It's been 1 hour and 12 minutes and 37 seconds since you left, to keep me waiting this long, you better have something good to offer." Maganda chief's hands trembled slightly, making Princess Bird realize that her father sincerely feared the Grand Elder. She had never seen him before, but she heard rumors from her bigger sisters who met with him years ago. Based on their words, he is older than the royal tree itself, which stood the test of time for eons and eons. But unlike the immortal royal tree, he had already reached the end of his longevity 100 years ago. Currently, he was merely slowing down his death by entering long slumbers, so, he was always a bit on edge when it came to time. "Elder, I have tried to contact him and his organization tens of times to no avail." Chief admitted, "I asked other members of my alliance and they informed me that he didn't respond to their calls either." Silence. In this god-forsaken area where the light of the sun never reaches, such silence could be dreadful and spooky. "Dad, is he mad?" Princess Bird asked telepathically. "No," Chief said with a bitter smile, "he is livid." "I do." Before Princess Bird could reply, her face was suddenly dyed red, making her stiffen in her place. Only her eyeballs managed to turn around and glance at her father, who was standing still with a single arm left. The other? It was nowhere to be seen. "Wake me up only when you set a meeting with him." The same jarring voice sounded this time distant and low, like it was sent from a hole. Then, the door closed by itself, leaving the bloodied chief and the stunned Princess Bird by themselves. Dad, are you okay?" Princess Bird hastily asked with a worried tone while beaming rejuvenation potions clumsily. "Hee, I got quite lucky." Instead of feeling pain by losing a limb, Maganda chief simply chuckled while closing the wound forcefully with his mental control. He truly believed that he got off lightly, as he was expecting both limbs to be lost after making such a blunder. Bringing you here was really the right move. Maganda chief patted the dumbfounded Princess Bird and started walking from where he came from, not caring in the slightest about his missing limb. Meanwhile, Zazia and Barry had it slightly better than him, since their origin realm bloodliners weren't that old to feel antsy about every second wasted. Though, Gabrielle almost ended up in the same situation due to his great-grandfather being close to kicking the bucket. Felix's untimely disconnection truly created a mess for them, but they could only blame themselves for informing their elders about everything the moment the game ended. But their rush was justifiable, as they knew that not only their elders were interested in Felix but every Origin Realm bloodliner alive in the galaxy. Their sources had told them that many sleeping giants had been awakened by the news. This meant that the vultures had been just upgraded, making it even more impossible for Felix to leave the Witch Empire and head for adventures. Chapter 509, A Fierce Competition in the Upcoming Final Exams. 2 hours later. Felix had finished his external manipulation training and now was practicing his close combat against J. Ramongandra, who was fighting him with a single hand. The practice was purely about martial arts and techniques without elemental abilities. Hence, Felix kept receiving a beatdown after another without making J. Ramongandra move even a step away. By the time he was done, the evening had already arrived. Felix excused himself and teleported back to his house in Vamdarome. He changed to decent clothes and sent a message to Naima, asking her if everyone was gathered in her room yet. Upon receiving approval, Felix used her room's link to teleport. Felix's body got reconstructed right next to a comfy couch that was taken by Carrie and Naomi. Meanwhile, Naima and a couple more witches were seated on other couches around a square-shaped glass table. The moment Felix opened his eyes, he smiled faintly and greeted, "Good evening, ladies." "Felix, you finally showed up after 3 months. It's been such a long time since we saw you." The girls sure were surprised by his sudden appearance, making him realize that Naima probably didn't inform him about his participation. One by one, they stood up and went to give him a quick hug, as it had been 3 months and almost 2 weeks since they saw him. "Sorry, Teacher Delilah was stricter than I expected, as she didn't allow me to enter UVR for long." Felix concocted a bullshit excuse to save himself from getting grilled on why he ignored their calls or meetings in the past 3 months. "Aha, I hope you learned something at least," Naomi said with a cute smile. "If you are still having difficulty with some lessons, just point it out. That's why I am here." Felix sighed. "Teacher Delilah didn't teach me the materials that will be in the final exams." The girls raised their eyebrows in surprise and exclaimed, "You can't be serious." Felix extended his hands helplessly and said, "I need to practice all potions that we have been taught if I want to pass the exams." "What about the theoretical?" Carrie asked with a worried tone. "There are tens of books that you must read in less than 20 days. Felix waved his hand. "I have that settled. I don't know how you did it, but if it's practical exams, those 20 days are more than enough to practice them enough to secure a C+. Carrie sighed in relief and said, "It's not high, but you won't fail." C+. I will probably get killed if I showed Lady Sphinx such a garbage mark. Felix's eyelids twitched after hearing so. Lady Sphinx nodded her head in agreement without lifting her head from her book. Felix sat on a chair and said, "You girls carry on your preparation, I will be studying on my own until you finish." Naima and the rest nodded their heads and continued their preparation from where they left it. Although they wanted to help out Felix, it didn't mean that they would put him as a priority and ignore their own marks. Every witch in the Royal Academy had been in the top 10 of her elementary school. This meant they were competitive as hell and they wouldn't accept any less than being in the top 10. Naima and the rest of Felix's classmates were all aiming not just to be in the top 10 of their class but in the entire semester, overtopping hundreds of witches. They knew that wasn't going to be easy at all. Hell, it would be on the border of impossibility since, in a such heated and tight-knotted competition, a tiny mistake could drop a witch straight from top 10 to top 50. Felix was trying to clutch the top 3 in this competition with multiple disadvantages that he possessed. It just didn't seem doable. 20 days, 6 potions, 80% elimination rate. Felix thought with a frown, my memory could help me with the recipe and steps, but nothing could help me reach a 95% plus elimination rate in those 20 days. That's truly the only dilemma that was stopping him from getting to the top. If I used the usual methods, I will probably improve my mental control only slightly in those 20 days. That isn't even close. I need to find another way. Felix contemplated while listening to the girls' chatter as they observed Naima. She was concocting a potion with prepared materials. Beside her was a screen that was showing the microscopic world and the creepy-looking microorganisms getting turned into ash by an orange wave that passed on them like a tide. With a flip here and there, Naima had finished killing 95% of the microorganisms before the materials had melted off completely. Instead of continuing the concoction, Naima waved her hand and the cauldron had been gotten rid of. Your innate trait is truly amazing when it comes to dealing with those microorganisms, a witch said with an envious tone. Other witches nodded their heads in agreement as they also wanted to have one just like it. Who could blame them? Naima's innate trait allows her to heat her mental energy on a microscopic level, making it 10 times easier to deal with those microorganisms. In fact, she might be already better than Lara when it comes to this exact part. It's all right. Naima smiled bitterly. It could have been better if it was useful to concoct rank 2 potions. At least it is helpful in your concoction. Yes, I will trade with you any day with mine. Seeing them arguing about their innate traits made Felix pretty depressed. He knew that it was already difficult to deal with the disadvantages that he had. Now, he needs to compete with witches that possess innate traits that were too good for potion concoction. If only I had an innate trait, this exam would have been much. Wait a second. Felix's pupil suddenly enlarged while his breaths quickened at an absurd idea that came up in his mind just now. Somewhat excited and hopeful, Felix interrupted the girl's chatter with a rushed question, "May I know what could be used in the exams and what is banned?" You mean to help us in the exams? Naima tilted her head in confusion as she inquired. Yes. Well, that's easy, you have potions, substances, asking for help through the Queen, accessing the network, using invisible holograms, eating or drinking anything that could help your performance 7 days before the exams, and someone telling you what to do and by accessing your consciousness space. I think that's it. Naima said. The girls approved on her list. So anything external is banned. Felix grinned faintly and asked again, how about internal? The girls didn't know where he was going with this but still answered him, anything internal can be used since it belongs to us and it's stupid to forbid witches from using their own advantages in the concoction. That's why innate traits are allowed. Thank you ladies, that's all I wanted to know. Felix stood up and gave them a slight nod and said, let's meet later on as I have something important to do right now. Hey? Wait. Before Naima could finish, Felix was already gone, leaving the girls to look at each other in bafflement. This moron is going to fail if he keeps wasting time like this. Naima grumbled while crossing her arms. The other witches could only shake their heads at Felix's antics and return to their preparation. They would be happy to help him outstudy but they were not going to chase him down and forcefully teach him. While they were thinking that he was messing around, Felix was actually, really, messing around. He was in his UVR's room, standing before a complete potion-making station. On the table before him was the marmader grass that was used to create the catalyst of the rejuvenation potion. Soon, Felix's white pupil had enlarged to the corners, allowing the emergence of another reversed red triangle pupil. Then, he looked at the grass and zoomed on it with his quantum vision, entering the microscopic world in an instant. After spotting those microorganisms wiggling around, Felix grinned faintly and called in his mind, "Queen, please charge me with electricity." SZLZLZLZLZ. Felix's body immediately transformed into an uncounterable lightning beacon with electrical charges being emitted everywhere. Since he was standing 1 meter away from the table and the grass, the electrical charges didn't touch either of them. However, his eyes were feeding him a completely different image than before. The microorganisms had been slowed down in his eyes just like everything else after his passive lightning-quick reflexes had activated on its own. With a thrilled expression, Felix immediately utilized his mental energy to obliterate all of the microorganisms that were in his line of sight. Tens of thousands of them kept exploding into balloons one by one. Felix had ended up finishing an entire side in under 1 second when he usually takes at least 10 seconds to get it done. Without delaying any further, Felix turned the grass to other sides and dealt with the microorganism infections on them as well. In total, he killed more than 97% in under 5 seconds. In a single moment, he had gone from having difficulty eliminating more than 80% in under 30 seconds to obliterating most of those microorganisms in less than 5 seconds. Felix didn't know if he should feel happy at having his dilemma getting fixed so easily or slap the shit out of himself for missing such an obvious solution. Chapter 510, His Own Potion-Making System. Ha ha ha. I might not have innate traits like witches but I do have my bloodline abilities. Felix laughed loudly while closing off his lightning containers. He truly had his eyes closed the entire time when concocting as he kept thinking as a witch and what a witch needs to do to concoct potions. He never considered once utilizing his assets to enhance his concoction since they weren't mentioned in his taught lessons. So he was always being swept away with the tide, not stopping for a second to think or test his assets on potion making. For witches, it was as clear as crystal that they needed microscopic vision, extensive knowledge, advanced mental control, and lastly a good innate trait if they had it. Those were the only things they had to concoct potions. But for Felix, he had poison manipulation, lighting abilities, and even more upcoming abilities and manipulations. All of this could be combined in his potion making to create the most efficient system of concoction just for him. Such a slowpoke, and you wonder why I didn't accept you as my student? Lady Sphinx fired shots casually. Cough, fair enough. Felix didn't dare to retort or create excuses to defend himself. He knew that he could totally excuse himself by mentioning that he was constantly busy with training, studying, dealing with business matters, preparing for the games, and more matters that were eating up his focus on daily basis. The fact that he managed to find out about all of this right after the game concluded only shows that he was truly too stressed to bother with potion making. This opens up many paths for me to concoct potions. Felix rested his chin on his hand and thought out loud, lightning-quick reflexes make it possible to work 10 times faster than my usual speed. This will help me with rank 2 potions the most since they are the ones that require Poti 1 to be extremely fast in perspective. He tapped his finger on the table with a frown, though, as long as I don't find a way to contain lightning within me without relying on my mental control, it will be tough to concoct rank 2 potions. By using his lightning-quick reflexes and photographic memory, Felix wasn't feeling any more pressure to concoct them anymore. Even the stress of the exams had been washed away as he knew that 20 days was more than enough to master all the potions that he missed without needing anyone's help. However, for rank 2 potions, that's when things get serious. Alright, let's leave rank 2 potions for later. Felix rubbed his hand with an eager expression. I still haven't tested my poison's effects on those microorganisms. Felix knew that it was a long shot since there wasn't a poison out there that was potent enough to kill those tough microorganisms while at the same time not affecting the SEN.S.I.T.I.V.E material, but he was willing to attempt it. The first thing he did was choose which inducement would be the best in this situation. After giving it some thoughts, he settled with a less potent version of corrosion. That's because it was one of the only inducements in his possession that could kill and obliterate the remains of the microorganisms. Killing them wasn't enough, they needed to be fully getting rid of for the concoction to turn out all right. Soon, he activated his quantum vision and dove right back to the microscopic world of another material. He started by tens and ended up having hundreds of thousands of them swimming in his mind. Without losing focus, Felix channeled his inner poison energy to shape up those micro-versions of needles and emerge from his palms. As he ordered, a mass of greenish energy rose from his palms and went on its own to engulf the material. While it appeared ordinary to others, Felix was able to see that the poisonous needles were waging a war against the microorganisms. However, not a single ounce of delight was in his face as he could see that the material was getting hit as well plus corroded. Damn! This is the minimum corrosion amount, yet it still affects those materials negatively. Felix shook his head and snapped his finger, deactivating everything at once. Just as he tried to go for another attempt but with a different inducement, Lady Sphinx stopped him. Don't waste your time. If it was possible to concoct rank 1 potions by relying on destructive elements, everyone would have been doing it by now. Lady Sphinx clarified calmly, it's simply impossible to not affect the materials while using destructive elements. Only mental energy is harmless unless we wanted it to cause harm. Upon hearing so, Felix felt like it was quite a shame that it wasn't possible to rely on his poison. After all, his quantum vision consumes huge amount of his mental energy to stay active. Too bad, he could only give up on the thought now. Soon, Felix created all the materials for rejuvenation potions and placed them neatly on the preparation table. All of them were still fresh and needed to be prepared from the start. Felix wanted to see how much time he would take to concoct the rejuvenation potion since it was the only potion that was predecided to be in the exam. After all, to get apprentice Poti 1 license, it was a must to concoct a rejuvenation potion. The final first semester exam was merely a much harder version of the license exam, since the witches would be required to concoct 6 potions and take exams on 6 theoretical courses which they'd been taught. Only those who scored C and in total advanced to the next semester. The rest? They had another 6 months to try again. If they failed, they would get expelled straight away. Felix unmuted his inbox after eating his breakfast, wanting to see if anything was interesting sent to him. Alas, the only thing he found was invitations above invitations. The only difference from the previous times was that those invitations were from a bona fide origin realm bloodliners. I can't ignore some and accept some, so, pretend to be dead. Felix said while shrugging his shoulders. The only ones that deserved an actual rejection email were his organization's allies. He wrote a polite rejection letter, telling them that he was busy with the exams. Then, he wrote one with his organization, simply telling them that they weren't interested at all. As for invitation to talk shows, interviews, celebrity shows etc., Felix deleted them all so leader Emma wouldn't bother him with accepting 1 or 2 to advertise his brand. Ring ring. Any difficulties? Felix asked. No boss. Eric informed, I have managed to purchase 40 bottles successfully. Tell me their distribution. Felix requested. I found only 10 Avian species epic tier 5 bottles in 20 shops that I have visited. However, I got 15 fire and 15 wind bottles. Good job. Felix praised and requested, send me the serial codes, I will be taking care of it. Without hesitation, Eric had emailed him everything and left Malik to cover her own update. Sir Felix, I have yet to get someone. Malik clarified, the 3 auctions that I am planning to visit are going to be held in the next 2 weeks. Just do you. Felix said casually. Felix preferred that she was taking this slow instead of heading to the public slave market and getting him trouble instead of subordinates. After all, the slaves in the public markets were the ones who were treated as slaves for real instead of those strong bloodliners with rules and rights. Since those slaves were going to be part of Malik's exploration crew, they needed to be either the best or at least they had good behavior. Soon, Felix hung up after wishing her good luck. Then, he opened Eric's email and copied the serial codes. Then, he sent them to Fatty Badadai and told him to ship everything to the cargo company he always makes dealings with. Because he was in a different galaxy, this delivery would take at least 15 days to reach him. That's only if he used another delivery worm who was situated in the Witch Empire. 10 bottles. Felix wished, hopefully, it's enough to reach 75% at least. Felix was currently at 51% integration and he didn't want to join another individual game with only those abilities. He knew that he would be studied and researched before the game. This entailed that his kamikaze strategy wasn't going to be as effective as in the previous game since the players wouldn't be retarded to get near him anymore. Because his poison manipulation wasn't that good yet, this would leave him with fewer options to play the game. There is still 2 months before the reset. Let's focus on the exams now. Felix snapped his finger, morphing his pajamas into the academy's clothes. It was time to return to the campus after more than 3 months of absence. Chapter 511, Returning to the Academy. Before leaving the castle, Felix naturally had to inform Sage Dalilia and the headmistress so he would receive full protection during those 3 minutes journey. 3 minutes might seem short but Felix didn't dare to underestimate what could happen in it. After all, there were at least 3 kidnapping attempts that occurred during that 3 minutes window. Now that he had offended the Darken faction members and attracted the attention of most Origin Realm bloodliners, God knows what would happen. 10 minutes later. Felix was surprised to see 10 large vehicles, that appeared like flying silver tanks, were sent for his protection. In the previous times, he got escorted by only 2 of them and they were enough for his safety. Did something happen or is this the Elder doing? Felix wondered. It's not me. Lady Sphinx glanced upward and chuckled faintly, Dalilia finally started liking you after you won the game. Or in better terms, you won me the bet. Wait, did she hate me before? Felix asked speechlessly while thinking of Sage Dalalia's kind and elderly smile she always showed when meeting him. Lady Sphinx merely chuckled and continued reading her book. Felix also dropped the matter as he didn't want to keep the soldiers waiting for long. Hating him or liking him, Felix didn't care much about it. But, the improved treatment did feel nice. Upon entering one of the vehicles and greeting the soldiers inside, they took off rapidly towards the Academy's campus. The sight of a platoon of tanks made the pedestrians wonder if a sage witch was being escorted to another city. As for the scouting dogs who were left to report Felix's movements, they could only stare at the platoon with a dumbfounded expression. Isn't this protection way over what his citizenship could offer? They thought to themselves. But, they still reported the news to their superiors. When those superiors got the news, they could only curse Queen Elena for her overprotectiveness. Hell, some of them even started to assume that Felix was her lover in the UVR since it was common knowledge that witches change their race to humans to get some fun. No matter how much they guess, it would never come close to the truth. Just like that, Felix had reached the campus without any hiccups. The moment he was put down, he went straight to the main faculty since he had a theoretical class in 10 minutes. While he was cruising down the streets on his hover platform, he was surveying the empty sidewalks and gardens with a peculiar look. Compared to the first time he came here where the streets were full of life, now he could barely spot a couple of witches walking by. When he crossed past the library and saw how packed it was with witches carrying books of all sizes and shapes, it clicked in his mind. Damn, the exams are making those witches forget about everything. I doubt you will say that if you didn't drink the photographic memory. Asna scoffed while drinking juice from a straw. Upon remembering all the books that he needs to study for the exams, Felix realized that he was indeed getting a bit snobbish in his thoughts. It had been only 5 months yet he almost completely forgot what it's like to read a book twice just to etch most of the important content in his mind. Yet, forgetting all about it during the exam due to stress. Such pain was foreign to him. Photographic memory sure is a wonderful gift. Felix wished luck to all the students and continued on his journey to the faculty. Before long, he reached the main entrance and found that the witches were rushing out and in with their heads in the clouds. Hee, are you feeling upset that the girls aren't swooning over you? Asna said, giggling. On the opposite. Felix smiled in elation while walking upstairs, feeling for the first time that he was completely invisible in the academy. Even on his way to the class, no one bothered to approach him and ask him about the game yesterday. However, the moment he entered his class, the party was over as his classmates all collapsed on him with never-ending questions about his absence, mission, game, and many more. Seeing that he was struggling to fend off the vixen's inquires, Naima decided to save him by shooing the girls away. Go, go, he is already more stressed with the exams after skipping half the semester. The witches returned to their own seats after hearing so, feeling somewhat bad for Felix. Do you think he is going to fail? If he really didn't study the syllabus while he was with Sage Dalalia, then it's highly likely that he will either fail or barely pass. I guess we won't be classmates in the next semester. The witches talked with hushed tones while glancing at Felix who was sitting with Naima and the rest of his study group. Soon, they were forced to focus in front after spotting teacher Hala entering through the class's back door. Oh, Felix is back. She raised an eyebrow in surprise and said calmly, "Welcome back student Felix, I hope that you have built a good foundation while in presence of Sage Dalalia." Felix stood up and bowed his head slightly, "Thank you for your care." Teacher Hala nodded her head and asked, "How about the exams? Did you prepare for them?" "I am doing all right," Felix replied vaguely. He didn't want anyone to know about his lightning passive lest some jealous witches protest to ban him from using it in the exams. After all, the moment some witches realize that Felix was a serious threat to their ranking, it wouldn't be weird to see them pulling Felix down at all costs. Especially when it comes to having a human ranking higher than a witch, not a single witch dared to imagine how of laughingstock she would become if that ever happened. That's why most of his classmates sighed in relief in their minds after hearing his answer. If you need help, just ask. Teacher Hala offered. Thank you. Upon hearing so, Teacher Hala stopped bothering with Felix and jumped straight into today's course, which was just a revision of a potion that they worked on it in Felix's absence. Hence, Felix had entered a full concentration mode, not wanting to miss anything. After 2 long informative hours, the class was dismissed, allowing Felix and the girls to hit their next and last mandatory class of the day. When it was done as well, Felix went back to the dorms and began practicing his unique concoction method and also tried to discover the most efficient way to get the best results in the least time possible. Felix had already checked yesterday how the previous exams had been carried out and realized that to get in the top 3, he needed to ace the written exams, getting the perfect marks in each one of them. In addition, going far and beyond in practical exams by concocting more potions than required to pass the exams. So, it wasn't just concoct 6 potions for him anymore. It was concoct as much as he could in 2 hours. There are 4 witches in the entire first semester with monstrous innate traits and have consumed photographic memory potion. Felix thought while preparing the materials swiftly, to surpass them, I need to get better at my materials preparations and catalyst creation in those 20 days. Felix knew that the elimination of the microorganisms wasn't the one that consumes most of the time but the preparation and especially the catalyst. While some could be prepared in under 5 minutes, others need at least 15 minutes for one catalyst to be prepared. The timing couldn't be messed with lest he ends up failing to create even the catalyst. Hence, he needs an efficient way to mass create potions at the same time and takes advantage of his lightning quick reflexes to the limit before he runs out of juice. He was already prepared to enter the exam fully charged with electricity to the limit. But still, he knew that it could never last for 1 hour even if he rationed it properly. It's going to be challenging, but with the right plan and dedication, I am positive about my chances to secure a rank in the top 3. That was the last thought in Felix's mind before he completely engrossed himself in preparing as many materials as possible in less than 5 minutes. Chapter 512, 1 day before the exams. Days went by quickly for Felix and the rest of the students in the academy. Some of them could swear that 19 days had gone by in a blink of an eye. Tomorrow was the first day of the final exams that would last for 3 days straight. The first 2 days would cover exams about the 6 theoretical classes that were taught in the first semester. As for the last day, it would be for only a practical exam, or which everyone refers to as a concoction contest. It wouldn't be wrong to call it that since it would be streamed live throughout the Forsythia Witch Empire. This was a running tradition in the Royal Academy that was enjoyed by most citizens in the Empire. After all, witches couldn't participate in the games like most races. Hence, they didn't have much entertainment that was purely related to them. Streaming the students' concoction exam was much better than hosting a concoction competition with senior witches participating, since that would be wasting their precious time. Naturally, there were concoction competitions between academies throughout the empire, but those competitions were for senior students only. Typically, the practical exam stream would attract a lot of attention, but not as much as it was shown in the past days. The hype for the exams was evident throughout all social media in the Witch Empire plus the Milky Way galaxy. That's right. The humans were actually the ones who were most anticipated to watch the stream purely for Felix. After all, he was the first human Podi winner and they had to watch how he does it and if he was any good at it. Till this point in time, there wasn't a single video released of Felix concocting potions. That's because it was against the rules to record in class. Felix seldom concocted a potion in any other location than his own UVR's room or the classes. This meant the only source of information was rumors spread by Felix's classmates in the network. The latest rumors were about his lack of preparation for the exams due to him being absent for half the semester. This made the humans pretty grim about Felix's chances to pass the exams. Currently, the forums were filled with nothing but negativity. Sigh, it will be the greatest joke if the first human Podi winner failed to pass the easiest semester. I can already see the headlines when he fails. The first non-witch Podi-1er still can't amount to the worst witch in the academy. I don't care about the results, I am still watching. Get off his back. Our lord has started concocting potions in less than a year. How can you expect him to perform as well as the witches who were taught from birth? Hehe, even your fans are doubting you. Asna chuckled while reading the comments with Felix. He was chilling in his dorm's bedroom while chewing on a red apple casually. He was this relaxed and cool because he was given 4 days off from training by J. Ramongandr. In reality, it was Lady Sphinx who forced J. Ramongandr to hold off the training for those upcoming 4 days. Since there are doubters, there must be a bet ongoing related to me. Felix slid his finger through the hologram and started searching for bets related to these particular exams. Upon checking a few shady websites, he ended up locating a legit one that had already tens of thousands of bets ongoing on the entire exams. From first semester to the 6th one. Hot damn, people are really betting on witches' results. Felix wasn't even that surprised since he knew that there was a lot of crazy shit going on in the UVR. Things were far more dreadful than the games themselves. This was nothing compared to it. After scrolling for a couple of seconds, he was astounded to find that Lobna had at least thousands of bets placed on her ability to emerge in the top 5 in the 4th semester. Lobna sure is popular even outside. Let's see me. Felix mused while continuing to scroll down the list of bets. Upon reaching the 1st semester, he saw more than 350 names written neatly in order based on the number of bets placed on them. Unsurprisingly, Lara was in the top 3 with 3 more witches from other classes. She had exactly 410 bets on her emerging in the 1st rank, 431 emerging in the 2nd rank, and lastly 780 to emerge in the 3rd rank. It seemed like some bidders preferred this style of betting since the odds were great compared to the normal bets on her being just 1 to 1.7. The other witches near the top had the same ratio of bets. The lowest Felix scrolled, the fewer bets could be seen. Where the hell am I? Felix's lips twitched as he had almost reached the abyss of the list, yet his name was still nowhere to be seen. Asna's sadistic grin kept getting wider and wider with every scroll. When he finally reached the bottom and saw his name in the last rank, Asna exploded in laughter. Ha ha ha. I can't breathe. Everyone thinks you are a retard in concoction. Felix could only bath in her mocking laughter while staring speechlessly at his name that had barely 20 bets on him. 15 of them were indirect bets, and 5 were direct bets. Since it was impossible to bet on his failure in the exams, most of them were betting that he would get B and or C and in his written exams and fail at least 3 to 5 potions in his practical exam. There were only 2 bets placed on him emerging in the top 3. However, the amount placed was just 5 million SC. The odds were that great, yet no one was that stupid to take those bets. In their eyes, they had higher chances of winning the lottery than this bet. It's their loss, I guess. Felix shrugged his shoulder carelessly, not feeling pensive anymore. Instead, he was actually somewhat happy since without this cloud of doubt, the odds wouldn't be this great. Let's try to bankrupt the house, shall we? Felix rubbed his hands with a grin and pressed on his name. After getting transferred to the list of bets on him, he placed 5 billion SC on him emerging in rank 1, another 4 billion to emergency in rank 2, and lastly 4 billion to emergency in rank 3. After locking down his bets and signing a holographic contract, the amount had been deducted from his balance by the house. Felix chose this betting formula since he wasn't really positive in which rank he would emerge. The reason he didn't bet that he would get in the top 4 was that he knew that if he ended up in that rank and won his bet, he wouldn't enjoy it at all. How could he enjoy it when he would be strapped to a cold table in Lady Sphinx's lab? Now we got that out of the way, let's check my class number, it should be out by now. Felix thought while accessing his student's ID details. He scrolled down and found that he was assigned to lecture room number 12 while his table number was 140. Just like college entrance exams or such, the students placed in one class were randomized for the entire semester. Felix memorized his number and went to the official website to check on the ranking rewards. Since there were ranks, it was only normal to have rewards for the students who tried their best to topple over the rest. Felix already saw the rewards for students who ranked 50 or below. They weren't bad at all, as they were giving the students 4000 CP to enjoy on the campus. The amount increases with the rank. However, the rewards for the top 10 were kept secret, and only now were they going to be released. After CLI.C.K.I.N.G on the exams rewards button, another hologram emerged on the side, showing all the top 10 rewards starting from the top. / 1. Dusk Wraith Potion Recipe License plus 7000 CP. 2. Elixir of Might Recipe License plus 5000 CP. 3. Vial of Concentration Recipe License plus 5000 CP. 9. Draft of Tranquility Recipe License plus 4000 CP. 10. Vial of Eternal Rage Recipe License plus 4000 CP// Felix wasn't surprised that the rewards were licenses to recipes for rank 2 potions, since the Academy always rewarded different licenses to startup students with great aptitude. It might seem like it wasn't much of a reward, but Felix knew that was far from the truth. In his eyes, those rewards were better than even wishes from Silver Games. That's because getting a license for a potion implied that the podi winner had all rights reserved to concoct it, mass-produce it, then sell it to anyone she pleases. If she had only the recipe of someone else but not the license, she could at mostly concoct it for her own use. As for those with neither permission nor license, they couldn't even concoct it and use it in real life, since the Queen would find out instantly and penalize the offender. Hence, in this thirsty market for potions, obtaining licenses was the same as getting a method to print money. But Felix knew that the real money-making scheme was creating new recipes and selling the licenses to other witches. It was like patenting his own recipe, and everyone who sells a potion by using it must pay 3 or 5% royalty fees. My level is still far from creating recipes, but I must at least secure a license for myself to practice and also earn on the side. Without further ado, Felix typed the name of the first potion in the network and began reading its details, wanting to see why it was placed in rank 1. Upon seeing that it was priced at 500 million SC a bottle, Felix's eyes widened in disbelief. Why the hell is it so expensive? Chapter 513, Materials and Glassware Written Exam. Tomorrow at 7:40 am. Felix was currently already seated in his chair that was in the middle row. Hence, he was surrounded by beauties from every direction. Most of them were not his classmates, making him steal a glance here and there to memorize their faces and see if he knew any of them. Oh, Camel is here. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise after spotting an elegant girl with a sophisticated breath to her sitting in the front row. She was from the B1 class and known for having the biggest chance to get the highest mark, just like Lara. Speaking about Lara, she was sitting in the corner back row with her usual indifferent expression. As for Naima and the rest of Felix's close witches, they were not in the same exam lecture. After waiting for 10 minutes doing nothing but sitting in dreadful silence, the lecture hall's door had finally been pushed open by Teacher Sana. Good morning everyone. Teacher Sana greeted while pushing her glasses upwards in a clumsy manner. If this was before the UVR's era, everyone would have been happy to have Teacher Sana as their supervisor, since she wasn't strict and doesn't know how to be strict. So, it was easier to cheat under supervision. Alas, those were the old good days. Now, cheating in exams was impossible. The fact that she had the right to read everyone's thoughts during the exams made it a nightmare for cheaters, as she could snitch on them and ruin their lives in a blink of an eye. As you have all know, the current written exam is going to be about materials and glassware course. Teacher Sana said softly near the mic, so, you can take advantage of those last 10 minutes to patch up any holes in your preparation. Thank you Teacher Sana, you are an angel. Immediately after she said so, everyone showed their appreciation with head bows. Then, they opened their holographic notepads and began memorizing more materials/glassware's equipment and their details. If the supervisor didn't give them permission, the queen would rat on them the moment they utilized their bracelets. All of the witches could be seen working hard besides Lara, Camel, and Felix. The three of them had their arms crossed above their C.H.E.S.Ts as they waited patiently for the exam to begin. Since Lara was behind Felix, she spotted his inactiveness instantly. Is he that confident in his preparation? Lara wondered in intrigue. That's because it didn't just give pictures of materials and glassware equipment and ask the students to name them. That was barely 30% of the exam. The real thing was the proposed problems that require immense understanding in materials and glassware equipment to find the solution. To actually solve those kinds of problems, the students truly needed to know almost everything that had been taught to them. Since there were other exams as well, that's quite difficult to pull off. Only those with photographic memory or lucky enough to have prepared for those exact problems would pass this exam with flying colors. Upon being reminded of photographic memory, Lara placed a finger on her lips and guessed, maybe he bought a potion. With the money gained from the games, I doubt that he wouldn't have enough to purchase one from teacher Dalilia or her friend. If it wasn't for Felix's relation to Sage Dalilia, Lara wouldn't even consider him getting that potion since it wasn't accessible to anyone with enough coins. Those potions might be temporary but their effects were too useful for witches. Hence, they always had the first dibs on them. The only way for others to get them was by waiting for a potion or two to get smuggled outside. Ding ding ding! Lara's thought process was broken by the academy's bell resounding in every area. When the witches heard it, they closed their eyes shut while taking deep breaths through their noses. The holographic notepads had been removed by the queen without their approval. What emerged after were two invisible holograms. One was packed with questions and the other empty like a white page. It had only numbers written at the side of the hologram, probably representing the area to answer each question. You have 2 hours to finish. Teacher Sana sat on her desk and shouted softly with a fist in the air, fighting. No one responded to her as they were all engrossed in reading the first questions, appearing like nothing could shake away their focus. Meanwhile, Felix didn't read questions yet as he kept scrolling rapidly down, wanting to see how many questions were in the exam. The known number was 60 but one could never be too careful. After getting to the bottom of the list, he realized that there were 61 questions and the last one was a theoretical problem that requires a 600 words essay. Let's begin. He cracked his fingers and narrowed his eyes at the first question. Name the 3 necessary glassware equipment needed to create brew of haste's catalyst, simple liquid filter, graduated cylinders, and separating funnel. Felix read the question in his mind and typed the answer instantly on the other hologram, not taking even a split second to think about it. Then, he moved to the next question, which was even easier than the first one as it showed him 5 pictures of glassware equipment and required him to type out their names. With his memory, he got them right easily. Then came the third question. This one needed a bit of thinking since it asked him to write down the exact steps of creating the potion of intellect's catalyst. Felix still remembered teacher Sana covering this on the second day of his attendance. After writing down more than 200 words explaining the process from the start to the end, Felix double-checked on his spelling and moved to the fourth question. So far, teacher Sana had noticed that no one was finding difficulty with the first questions as everyone could be seen typing down silently. This kept going for about 30 minutes before signs of struggle began resurfacing on some witches' faces. Some were frowning their eyebrows in confusion while some were outright showing panicked expressions. Meanwhile, Felix's expression was as cool as cuc.u.mbr, making teacher Sana smiled widely in delight. It seems like he came fully prepared for the exam, good for him. Unbeknownst to her, Felix had already reached the last 10% of the exam as he had answered everything correctly in the last 30 minutes. He knew that he was right because his memory could never fail him. Last 5 questions. Felix scratched his chin while reading the first one in his mind. Name all of the preparation methods that are used for raw materials. Give 2 examples for each method. Upon giving it a few seconds of thinking, Felix's fingers never stopped typing the moment he started. By the time he finished, there were exactly 7 methods, each with 2 examples. He knew that he could have gone ahead and written down more examples, but it would be useless since the Queen was the one grading those answers. There was absolutely no such a thing as extra points for going beyond what the question required. Without further ado, Felix read another question and answered it in less than a few seconds, then, another and another until he reached the last essay. Although Felix wasn't really a literature guy, he managed to style with good grammar and vocabulary due to him reading tens of books and actually remembering them. Even his punctuations were better than some novelist authors. As for the content, by now, it was evident that the written exams didn't really pose a challenge to Felix. Phew, time for revision. Not wanting to get C.O.C.Ky and be the first to leave the class, Felix went back to the top of the hologram and began rereading everything that he wrote and checking if there was the tiniest misspelling. Since his aim was the top 3, he couldn't miss even a quarter of a point. Teacher Sana, I am done, may I leave? I am done, teacher. While Felix was having his head in his hologram, Camel and Lara were already up and ready to head out. Please head to the public spaces and don't make any noise in the corridors. Teacher Sana gave them permission telepathically while checking their papers. They were graded instantly by the Queen and sent to her for revision. However, the grades weren't given to the students because it would add more pressure in their upcoming exams if they saw a bad mark. It was better to keep them hidden until the final exams were over. Both scored A++, a perfect mark, as expected of witches with a photographic memory. Teacher Sana nodded her head while checking their answers one by one. She was merely doing so out of curiosity since the Queen's correction could never be wrong. Just as she reached half of Lara's exam paper, she received another telepathic message. Sir Felix has requested to exit the lecture room. Queen reported. What? Teacher Sana broke out of her engrossment at the message. With a baffled expression, she saw Felix standing up while showing her a polite smile. Did he finish already or did he give up midway? Teacher Sana didn't excuse him right away as she wanted to figure out first his reason for handing out his exam paper. Queen, what's his mark? She asked. Perfect mark, A++. Queen replied monotonously. Come again. Chapter 514, Reaching Greater Purity. A++. It can't be. Still doubtful, Teacher Sana made a sweeping look at Felix's answers sheet and her pupils could only enlarge every time she saw an answer colored in green. The way the Queen corrected the answers was by coloring the wrong ones in red and the correct ones in green for easier understanding. He really aced it. She exclaimed while raising her head, staring with widened eyes at Felix, who was still waiting patiently to get pardoned. Upon noticing that she had left him waiting for long, she sent an apology and gave him permission to leave without asking him about his paper. She knew that it was rude and would come out as offensive to Felix. She didn't think for a second that he cheated to get such results. Instead, she was torn between believing that he had drunk photographic memory potion or actually was good enough to ace the exam simply by his own efforts. Whatever it was, she was beyond ecstatic as she was always worried that Felix might fail like the rumors. If he aced the rest of the written exams, it only means that he had drunk the potion. Teacher Sana sighed in relief, that's good, with its help, he will definitely pass the practical exams as well and advance. Meanwhile, the other witches merely spared a glance at Felix's empty seat and focused back on their exam. Not a single one of them believed that he had finished answering all questions correctly. In their eyes, if they were struggling this hard to answer those latest questions, it only meant that Felix had skipped them or answered them wrong since he didn't attend classes for 3 months straight. Alas! They weren't going to like the end results. When Felix exited the lecture hall, he went straight to the closest pink garden that was outside of the main faculty. He chose a beautiful calming tree and sat underneath it. It hid him under its shadow, making him enjoy the cool breeze. C.A.R.E.S. Sing his face. He looked around him and spotted Camel and Lara sitting on public chairs while focusing on mid-air, probably having an invisible hologram in front of them. Besides them, there were a few more witches roaming around. Since the exams of all semesters had started at the same time, it meant that those witches were the elites of the elites, who finished the exams with flying colors. After a few more minutes, Felix spotted Lobna and her best friend Ishtar exiting the main faculty. Since he wasn't sitting far from the stairs, he got noticed pretty easily by them. "Felix, what are you doing here?" Lobna asked telepathically while waving her hand at him to attract his attention. "Clearly, I finished early," Felix replied while patting the grass next to him. "Come chill with me, we still 2 hours to kill before our next exam." Lobna glanced at her friend and walked with rushed steps towards him. After they reached him, she sat down to his right and gave him her known friendly hug in greeting. Meanwhile, Ishtar had just extended her hand as she sat on the grass to his left. Felix shook her hand and asked them in intrigue, "Did you ace it?" "Naturally. It wasn't that hard." Ishtar spoke with her eyes dropped, appearing as she had just gotten from a nap. "How about you?" Lobna inquired with a curious look. "I didn't do too shabby," Felix said, smiling. "That's great," Lobna advised, "make sure to get the highest rank so you will have a shot at being placed in the elite class." "Oh? You talking about the split?" Felix already heard from Naima that the first 30 students in the first semester would be gathered in one class. The rest would remain in their classes and continue their studies in the second semester. Although both would be studying the same materials, every student d.e.s.i.r.ed to make the cut and join the elites. That's because they get the best teachers assigned to them, the best recipes to learn, given access to better missions, and not to forget, school trips into restricted herbal areas, where the rarest materials and natural treasures were kept. Most importantly, they could have a chance to get picked in the academy team and participate in competitions against other academies throughout the empire. So, it was a great boon for a witch to join this class. However, Felix could care less about it since most of the benefits weren't really his cup of tea. First, he couldn't leave the campus and go on field trips like a normal student since he would definitely get attacked and ruin the experience for everyone. He might be an asshole, but he wouldn't stoop that low to endanger others for a bit of fun. Secondly, he didn't give a shit about concoction competitions when he was already on the greatest platform for competitions. Though, he wouldn't say no to better teachers, rare recipes, and good missions. He was quite tight on contribution points after all. "I will do my best," Felix replied, smiling. Soon, they entered a mindless conversation for a couple of minutes before all three of them went quiet and started to prepare for the next exam. That's because it was about the autobiography of the 3 greatest Poti-Warner sages to appear in the empire. Felix had already memorized their books down to the last syllable. Ding ding ding. After a short period of time, the academy's bell had rung yet again to inform the student about the start of their next exam. Felix was already in the lecture hall with everyone else. During his stay in the garden, he met with Naima and his friends. All of them seemed like they did great in their first exam. Since the Queen doesn't inform the students about their results or marks, everyone could only assume their grade by their confidence in their answers. "You may begin." Teacher Sana gave them a head nod and sat on her desk. He took 20 minutes to finish the exam and another 10 minutes to revise for mistakes. Upon seeing that everything was clean, he asked for permission to leave early. This time Teacher Sana excused him first before starting to read his paper. While she was digging for mistakes, Felix was hovering on his platform towards the dorms. The last exam of the day would be held in the evening to give the students a break. When he entered his room, the first thing he did was stretch his limbs and sit on the floor. He removed his shirt and beamed bottles and materials needed for integration. That's right. Felix had no plans to take a break when the exams didn't burn even 2 of his brain cells. As for Thor's essence, he had extracted it 4 days ago the moment the delivery worm brought him his stuff. They were 10 lightning bottles, 15 wind bottles, 15 fire bottles, energy stones for Asna to purify, and more. For Thor's essence, he extracted a solid 31% that would help him reach 82% at once. As for Malik and Eric, their 75% bottles were already on their way. It was easier to gather it since Felix had still some left over from the previous extractions, plus they required only 75% instead of 99%. Naturally, Felix had given them strict instructions on integration with a primogenitor's bloodline so they wouldn't end up getting killed during it. Now, it was time to focus on his own integration and push for 60% to get another 2 active abilities. He was already at 56% after integrating 5% 2 days ago. Phew! Upon seeing that Felix had brought the needle to his C.H.E.S.T, J, Ramungandr, Lady Sphinx, and Asna had all dropped whatever they were doing and teleported together to a mist-made couch. Then, they hugged a popcorn basket in their arms and started a new betting game. What's the reward? Asna asked with a solemn tone. 3 days shoulder massage. J, Ramungandr answered with narrowed eyes. All of them nodded their heads in agreement and said, "Who goes first?" "I bet that he will awaken consecutive zaps and lightning call." Lady Sphinx said her bet immediately after seeing that both of them had shrugged their shoulders. "I would say that he will unlock swift lightning burst and thunder explosions." J, Ramungandr said with a confident tone. Asna thought about all of the lightning abilities that she had been given by those 2 primogenitors and guessed smugly, he will definitely unlock thunder shockwave and lightning beam. While they were betting, Felix's eyes were releasing tears instinctively from the hellish agony he was experiencing. "Are those your final bets?" J, Ramungandr warned, "Once you lock them, you can't go back." Both Asna and Lady Sphinx nodded their heads in confirmation. "As we discussed, the one who guessed the most abilities wins." J, Ramungandr said while switching his vision to Felix, who was clawing the wooden floor, leaving bad marks on their smooth surface. The 3 of them said nothing else as they kept watching Felix wriggle in pain for the remaining duration until he dropped on his stomach, breathing ruggedly with his tongue out like a dog. He remained like that for a few seconds until he mustered his energy and gulped down 5 rejuvenation potions at once. A couple of minutes later, Felix could be seen wiping his sweaty forehead with a nasty expression. Hell, I can never get accustomed to the pain, it's just getting worse and harder every time. Stop whining and tell us your abilities quickly." Asna rushed him. "Why the sudden interest?" Felix murmured in confusion, but he still stood up and went to the bathroom. After feeling the cold water hitting his face, Felix closed his eyes and dove deeper into his memories. Immediately, he found the newly added information and read them all in his mind. Upon hearing him say the names of the abilities, Lady Sphinx smiled widely and asked, "So who's gonna give me a back rub while I finish my book?" Chapter 515, Making a Bet of Their Own. "Damn it, I didn't think this bastard's luck is going to turn around and give him those 2 abilities." Asna threw a bunch of popcorn in front of her in frustration. Meanwhile, Felix's happiness was through the roof. "Ha ha ha! This is exactly what I needed. Finally, I got those kinds of abilities, finally." Felix's excited loud laughter resounded in the room and the floor's empty corridor. Shower water entered Felix's mouth as he laughed, yet he didn't even care. He wished for long-ranged destructive abilities for so long, and ultimately he got not just 1 but 2 of them at once. Those abilities were named Lightning Call and Thor's Ordnance. Due to guessing the first ability correctly, Lady Sphinx won the bet and was currently enjoying a shoulder rub from the irritated J, Ramungandr. Meanwhile, Asna had already bailed out by teleporting to her mansion. But, neither Lady Sphinx nor J, Ramungandr cared about it. They knew that she had nowhere to hide in this space. Her turn to massage Lady Sphinx was bound to arrive soon. On the other hand, Felix reeled back some of his excitement and dove back into his memories to read all of those abilities' details. Sometimes, there might be strengths and weaknesses of the ability in the unlocked information. However, this time he didn't find any of those things but the basic details that he already read. Felix quickly opened up his eyes and started cleaning himself much faster so he could log into the UVR and test those abilities. If their strength is exactly as the details proclaim, then those abilities would be my mind firepower in the games. Felix grinned while rubbing his cheeks with a soap sponge. No one will know what hit them in the upcoming game. 2 days later, early in the morning. Felix was currently hovering on his platform towards the main faculty through a garden's path, making him enjoy the pink leaves flying around him. It could be seen that he was in a great mood since he had a wide smile affixed on his face unlike other witches in the road. They looked like they were going to war with their tense expressions. It wasn't far-fetched to call it that since today was the practical exam that was referred by all in the network as the concoction contest. Those witches were clearly stressed by the realization of failure plus being viewed galaxy-wide. The idea of having your failure get viewed by trillions of viewers was crippling to anyone. Don't even mention those young witches. Yet, the Academy still allows the stream to be held. It seemed like it was done on purpose to see how the students would fare under pressure. Felix wasn't feeling under pressure at all as he was used to the cameras. Meanwhile, his preparations for the exam were adequate. As for his written exams, he was confident that he had aced all of them. In a short while, Felix met with Naima and Carrie next to the main entrance. While heading to their classrooms, Naima couldn't help but inquire with a worried tone, "Are you sure that you can pass? You didn't bother to join our study group since the day you left abruptly." Felix looked at her speechlessly and said, "Can you have a bit of faith in me already? I would have if you didn't skip half the semester and ignored our study group meetings." Naima chided him while poking his left temple in annoyance. "Just focus on your exams." Felix winked at her, "I might score better than you if you didn't." Carrie and Naima traded glances and ended up giggling while covering their mouths in a miss.e.m.e.nt. "If you managed to actually surpass me in marks, I will let you have your way with me in the UVR." Naima winked back and said, "I know how you humans love those sort of things the most." "You bad, teasing him like this." Carrie laughed softly while looking at Felix's startled reaction. "You talking for real?" Felix narrowed his eyes at Naima and said, "If I took your offer, there is no going back." "Wait, does he really think that he can surpass me in marks?" Naima was taken back by his attitude. She was just messing around with him since she knew that Felix couldn't do better than her in marks. She wasn't acting C.O.C.Ky or anything, but it was just her self-confidence in her innate trait to make her ace the practical exam and score higher than most students. So, in her eyes, it would take an actual miracle for Felix to pull it off. "You know what?" Naima came face to face with him and fixed his tie. When she was done, she winked playfully and promised, "If you managed to score above either me or Carrie, we will indulge you as a celebration." Felix looked at her cunning playful smile and asked, "But? What do you mean?" Naima pouted, "There is no but. Come on, out with it. I need to enter class soon." Felix wasn't affected by her expression. "All right. But, if you didn't manage to score higher than us, you will have to do our monthly mandatory concoction homework for the next 5 months." She said with an innocent look. "You sure are brutal." Felix chuckled. "Well, if you don't WA, I am in." Felix affirmed while thinking in his mind, relieving post-exam stress on both of them doesn't sound too shabby. "Die, pervert." A snick cursed him after reading what he had in mind for those two beauties. Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx and J. Ramongandra could care less about Felix's private life. They wouldn't give a shit even if he decided to host an orgy in his house. "This is my class, ladies." Felix stopped at once before a lecture hall's entrance and waved his hand at them. "Good luck in your exams, oh, make sure to wear something nice in the evening." Upon hearing his confident tone, the girls could only look at each other while waving their hands at him. Soon, they burst into laughter and started walking away to their class. You sure are devious to drop all of upcoming our mandatory homeworks on him. Carrie said. What are you talking about? Naima smiled with an innocent look, I am simply trying to motivate him. With this deal on the line, he might not score higher than us but at least he will surpass his performance. Hey, aren't you an angel? Carrie said with a sarcastic tone. Naima shrugged her shoulders at Carrie and entered their lecture hall. They didn't carry on talking since loud noises were forbidden in the classrooms to let students relax their minds and focus much better in the exams. Alas, those last few minutes wouldn't make any difference. Meanwhile, in the Earthling headquarters, Olivia and the rest of Felix's teammates were gathered in the same spot to watch the live stream of the practical exams. Since there were many lecture halls, each with its own set of students, the viewers were given the freedom to choose one lecture hall and focus only on it. Currently, Olivia and the rest were conversing loudly while looking at Felix who was sitting in the middle row. I would die to be in his place right now. Leo banged his T.H.I.G.H with a tearful look, making the girls curl their lips in disgust. They understood that he didn't mean by taking the exams but being surrounded by beauties. The other boys had the same thought as Leo but they were smart enough to keep it to themselves to not aggro the girls. Dear viewers, the concoction contest is going to start in less than 10 minutes. Abruptly, a pleasant feminine voice resounded from the stream, following the emergence of an elegant lady at the corner of the screen. Let's explore the most favorable students to come in top in those 2 minutes. The camera zoomed in on Camel, who had her eyes closed shut while a pretty smile was affixed on her lips. This is Camel from B1 class. She is a personal student of Sage Aurora. She is known for possessing one of the rarest innate traits in the Witch Empire. The elegant commentator paused to build suspense and said, optimal control. This innate trait allowed Camel to have mental energy control equal to senior students while she was merely a child. Now that she was fully grown up, God knows how good her control had become. George and the rest didn't react much to the news since they really didn't give a crap about all of this potion-making nonsense. It was to be expected since potion-making was never going to be part of their lives. It was the same as a literature student getting informed about marvelous and complex math equations. There was no way in hell he would show an enthusiastic expression. Chapter 516, The Practical Exams. Hence, no one bothered to concentrate on the rest of the students' introductions by the commentator. Now to the star of this stream. The one and only, landlord, I meant Felix Maxwell. The commentator corrected herself quickly as it wasn't proper to use Felix's SG name for events like those. Vice versa as the MCS were required to use only the nicknames in the games. Sir Felix is currently a rising star in the Universal SG platform after his latest performance in the promotion game. The commentator displayed one of the highlights at the side and said, "Yet, who would have thought that we would see an SG player able join a concoction contest against witches?" Most of the viewers nodded their heads in intrigue. They tuned into the stream simply because seeing someone from another race concocting a potion was a fresh experience. If it wasn't for Felix, no one would have bothered to spectate the contest since no matter how much they tried to hype it up, it was still going to be boring as hell. Ding ding ding. The contest is about to begin. The commentator quieted down after saying so. Just like everyone else, she focused on the students who had placed their heads on the tables and closed their eyes shut. The moment she saw this, she switched the stream to the UVR's version of the lecture hall. Well, it shouldn't be really referred to it as such since the seatings had been removed, leaving a wide spacious area. There were at least 100 potion-making stations that appeared exactly the same as others. Neither the preparation table nor the glassware table had a single thing on them. Only the circular table had a common bronze cauldron on it. No one seemed weirded out by the empty tables as they knew that it was done like this to let the students pick their own pieces of equipment. This was a test on its own that targeted the students' knowledge of equipment. If it was lacking, it might cost them the entire exam since they couldn't create a catalyst while missing a piece of important equipment. They couldn't even cheat by peeking into another student's station to copy the pieces of equipment since there was an invisible barrier hiding each student. Only the viewers and teacher Sana were able to see everyone. In 30 seconds, all of you will be informed of the 6 potions that you must concoct to pass the exam. Teacher Sana looked at them and informed, it can't be 6 potions of the same recipe. You need 1 potion for each recipe. After you secure the passing mark, you can earn extra points for each potion that you concoct in those 2 hours. Do know that each potion had its own value. For example, Rejuvenation Potion gives measly 5 points for each potion, so don't bother concocting it for points if you are aiming to get a higher mark. As for the others, the Queen will let you know the details. Teacher Sana glanced at her bracelet and said, 5 seconds left. Soon, it turned 0 and the screen changed to display a list full of details appearing as such. //1, Rejuvenation Potion, 5 points. 2. Brew of Courage, 35 points. 3. Flask of Corruption, 60 points. 4. Potion of Madness, 70 points. 5. Phial of Vigor, 70 points. 6. Tonic of Idle Minds, 90 points. // Immediately after Felix and the witches read the names of the potions, their gears started moving just like they were practicing for the last month. My prediction was off the mark on the other 4 potions, but at least the Potion of Madness has been chosen. I can carry out my plan now. The first thing he did was name every material and equipment needed to prepare them. The Queen kept filling up his table with everything that he mentioned obediently. It took merely 10 seconds for the preparation table to be half-packed with everything that he asked. Felix ignored them for now and went to the empty glassware table. However, he didn't name all of the glassware equipment at once like before. Instead, he named only the equipment to concoct the Potion of Madness. Then, he lifted them and placed them in an orderly manner at the corner of the table. The viewers were somewhat weirded out by his move since they felt like he jammed them tightly in one tiny space while there was enough space on the table for at least 20 more pieces of equipment. What is Felix doing? The commentator mentioned while focusing on the witches. Some of his classmates are already starting to prepare materials. When they succeed, it would give them the confidence to carry on with the harder potions. Camel and Lara have chosen to place 4 sets of glassware pieces of equipment on their tables to start creating the catalysts of 4 potions at the same time. The commentator exclaimed while spotting light on those 2 beauties who began preparing 4 sets of catalysts at the same time. Their speed while doing so was extraordinary, making even the layman viewers know that they were a league apart from the rest. When the camera switched to Felix, the viewers were left at loss for words at the sight of him still setting up the glassware table. Yet, what baffled them the most was the fact that he actually managed to pack 6 sets of equipment on that table. Sure, it appeared crammed as hell and confusing with all the tubes connecting from a flask to another, but it was still perfect 6 sets for 1 potion. They knew so because the stream colored each perfect set with a different color to facilitate their watch. Is he planning on creating 6 portions of catalysts for 1 potion at the same time? Olivia tilted her head in confusion and asked, since other witches didn't do it before him, doesn't that mean he also shouldn't do it? How would we know? George shrugged his shoulders, this is way out of our comfort zone. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement but Sylvia. She eyed Felix, who started washing a bunch of materials at the same time, and clarified Olivia's doubts. I believe that the witches could not go for more than 4 catalysts because their senses aren't able to handle such a level of multitasking, unlike Felix. Everyone's eyes brightened up at the sound of that, feeling like it was indeed plausible reason since the witches weren't really any different than commoners. Since it was almost impossible for normal citizens to juggle too many things at once, the witches also suffered from the same issue. If they didn't drink enhancing potions, they wouldn't even be able to make 2 or 3 catalysts at the same time perfectly. There were bound to be tiny mistakes that would ruin the entire process, and witches would rather play it safe. However, in Felix's case, that wasn't considered as an issue since his enhanced senses were at least 5 times better than the witches. While it seemed a mess to make 6 catalysts at the same time, Felix could be seen pulling it off with an astounding speed. All of the pieces of equipment were put to work by him, making the viewers enter a trance while watching him work. Although he was fast and everything seemed hectic, the image he was painting wasn't messy or chaotic. It had a sense of order and balance like a dancer going on with the flow. This was due to his prolonged practice on this potion plus muscle memory doing its magic. But most importantly, the catalyst of the potion of madness didn't require him to destroy the microorganisms from its materials. There were only 3 potions that were taught to them with the same advantage. Felix had learned all of them heart to heart. Thankfully, one of them was chosen in the exams. If it wasn't, he would be able to secure high rank, but he doubts that he could fight for the top 3 ranks. Felix Maxwell is showing everyone his true colors. The commentator yelled passionately. His concoction skills were always being doubted since he wasn't a witch, but right at this moment. The commentator zoomed on Felix's serious focused face and yelled, he is showing the entire universe that he might not be a witch, but he could at least create 6 catalysts at the same time unlike them. Chapter 517, The Practical Exam 2. Sure enough, Felix managed to finish the process successfully, helping him gain 6 portions of the catalyst while Lara and Camel had finished only 4. The other witches weren't worth mentioning as they were taking things safe and slow to pass the exam first then focus on points. After Felix was done with the catalysts for the potion of madness, he isolated them on the preparation table and started preparing again the materials for 6 more portions. In less than a minute he was done and back on the glassware table. Then, he restarted the same process all over again that took more than 10 minutes but helped him obtain 6 more catalyst portions. Just when everyone thought that would be the end of it, Felix repeated the same process for the 3rd time, costing him another 10 minutes. This meant only 1 hour and a half were left in the exam and Felix was the only one without a successful potion to show. Yet, he still didn't stop repeating the same process for another time. This pushed the total tally to a whopping 24 catalysts for the potion of madness. Meanwhile, there were only 1 hour and 20 minutes left on the clock. No wonder he chose catalyst of that potion. He had gone mad. The commentator said in agitation, sure he has 24 catalysts for 24 potions, but does he have enough time to concoct all of them plus another 5 unique potions to pass the exam? The headmistress, Sage Dalilia, Queen Allura, and other senior witches who were watching the stream, shook their heads at Felix's plan. They knew that he would most definitely fail the exam if he dared to concoct those 24 potions first then follow it with the other 5 unique potions. He has bitten more than he could chew. Sage Dalilia said calmly, seated next to Queen Allura in the throne's chamber. You told me that he was stuck at an 80% elimination rate. Queen Allura coiled a stalk around her finger and wondered, do you think maybe he has solved that issue? If he did, then his plan could potentially work. Sage Dalilia shook her head firmly and said, you know that's impossible. Even the best of us needed at least 2 years of constant work to improve our mental control to such a degree. How long did this kid have our master's eyes? Sage Dalilia said, in less than a year. Unless master decided to find a way to help him bridge that gap, I simply can't see any plausible way to get above 95% elimination rate. It's highly doubtful that master will help him out. Queen Allura said, she might seem like she is spoiling him a tad too much due to his champion status, but she wouldn't go that far. Indeed, mental energy control is an important aspect that needed to be learned by one's own efforts to show the most results. Sage Dalilia agreed. Just as Queen Allura wanted to comment, she was left startled by the sight of Felix mixing the main ingredient with the subsidiary ingredient just to leave them on a smooth plate and repeat the same process. When he was done with the next mixture, he placed it on a plate that was connected with the first plate. He kept doing this over and over again until a long line of plates had shaped up neatly on the table. When the viewers counted, they discovered that the entire line was made out of 10 plates. All of them were sealed inside a glass container so they wouldn't get contaminated. Is he really going for a mass-producing method? Queen Allura didn't know how to comment on Felix's decision. She knew that he was a smart lad who wouldn't make a foolish decision like this. Hence, she believed that he had something to rely on. She just didn't know what it was. Meanwhile, Sage Dalalaya wasn't that open-minded as her. She kept shaking her head in disapproval while watching him continue to set up mixtures one after the other until another line shaped up behind the first one. No one was surprised by this technique since it was known as the mass manufacturing technique. This technique couldn't be utilized on all of the rank 1 potions since some of them couldn't have their mixtures remain in the open for even 2 minutes. Otherwise, they would spoil and the concoction wouldn't be carried on. That's why Felix chose the potion of madness. It was of the 2 potions on the list that could be mass-produced at once. He didn't choose the other potion since its catalyst's creation was way harder than the potion of madness's catalyst. When Felix was done, the viewers counted the number of plates and recognized that he had made the same amount of mixtures as the catalysts. The entire process took him an additional 10 minutes, making his chances to pass the exam seem even grimmer. I have only 1 hour and 10 minutes left. Felix narrowed his eyes in focus at the plates and thought, it's time to begin the concoction. Immediately after thinking so, Felix let go of his mental control that was blocking off the lightning containers. SZLZLZLZLZLLZ. Out of nowhere, he turned into a lightning torch under the dumbfounded eyes of the viewers and the witches, who couldn't help but glance in his direction. Thankfully, each student's station was blocked from the other to not sneak peeks. So, they only saw the sudden emergence of bright light but not what actually caused it. Since it was a test in the UVR, they didn't get blinded by the bright light or annoyed by the sizzling noise of the charges. Why the hell did he activate his elemental ability? The commentator exclaimed in disbelief, is he planning on making the witches lose focus to ruin their concoction? However, before the viewers could consider her opinion, their eyes were attracted to a screen that emerged above Felix's head. A couple of witches had the same screen above them as well, showing the microscopic battle against the microorganisms in slow motion to entertain them. Hence, when the viewers saw how blurred Felix's screen was, they didn't know what was going on anymore. However, the senior witches, Queen Allura and Sage Dalalaya instantly recognized what the blurred image represented. It can't be. Ha ha ha, what a smart cute junior to think of such a method. While Sage Dalalaya exclaimed in shock, Queen Allura laughed with a fascinated look, appearing like she had recognized Felix's unique method of elimination. How is he killing them so fast? He is still faster for the slow motion to show the microorganism's destruction. Meanwhile, Teacher Sana removed any thought she had about scolding Felix's use of lightning element after seeing such an abnormal image. Teacher Sana, please slow down the synchronized screen of Felix. Upon receiving a telepathic message from the headmistress, she broke out of her daze and immediately did as she was told. Impossible! She couldn't help but exclaim after finding out that X4 slow motion was still useless. Without a second delayed, she slowed the stream even further, reaching up to X8. Only then was everyone able to notice the microorganisms getting exploded after a river of mental energy washes above them. How is this possible? The commentator who finally realized what was going on could only cover her mouth with hands while murmuring in incredulity. The viewers shared the same reaction as her. Even laymen like Olivia and George had managed to conclude that Felix had been obliterating microorganisms since the moment he released the lightning. Without previous warning, the lightning was contained back inside Felix's body as he returned to normal yet again. Then, he took a step forward and began quickly flipping the mixtures on a newer side one by one. Since they appeared like a red ball of minced meat and were placed on a white plate, the viewers were given a false impression that Felix was flipping meat burgers. In less than 5 seconds, Felix returned to his position and turned himself into a torch of lightning again. Then, he took care of the newer side of each mixture, taking a total of 30 seconds to finish the process. Felix repeated this on and off switch 2 more times until the mixtures had only 3% or less microorganism on their surfaces. Szzlzlzlzl. Just like it was all calculated, Felix's lightning had been fully consumed the moment he finished the elimination process. However, only a satisfied grin was placed on his face as he knew that battle was half won. He actually did it, 97% elimination rate on 24 potions in less than a minute. I have never seen even a master Poti-1er do this before. Sage Dalalaya murmured with a hint of disbelief while staring deeply at the corner of Felix's microorganism screen. It was showing the entire universe a single number that was never considered possible to be associated with Felix this soon, 97% elimination rate. The bidders who ignored Felix and placed their fortunes on Lara, Camel, and other witches, felt like their throat was getting drier by the second while their heartbeats kept accelerating in agitation. They could feel an upcoming upset and they dreaded it dearly. Chapter 518, The Practical Exams 3. Unbeknownst to the chaos he created in the network, Felix took the first mixture to the cauldron that was releasing bursts of steam from a tiny hole on its lid. Felix glanced at his bracelet and noticed that he needed to wait 30 more seconds to throw in the mixture with the catalyst. Although there was still plenty of time for the exam, Felix didn't plan on wasting those 30 seconds doing nothing. He quickly went to the glassware table and removed all of the pieces of equipment with a wave of a hand. Then, he began naming new pieces of equipment while pointing his finger at the area he wanted the queen to place them on. By the time the 30 seconds went by, the viewers were left speechless by the sight of tens of jammed pieces of equipment on one table just like the previous time. The only noticeable difference with the pieces of equipment themselves not being the same. I believe that those are the 5 required sets to create the catalyst for the remaining 5 potions. The commentator exclaimed, if he actually managed to perfectly concoct those 24 potions without wasting too much time, then he might be able to concoct the remaining 5 and pass the exam with the biggest amount of points in the semester. Sage Dalalaya turned to Queen Allura and asked, do you agree with her? Queen Allura nodded her head. I believe that little Junior is smart enough to deal with this matter if he had prepared this far ahead. First, he understood that each concoction would require 2 minutes and 40 seconds to finish. This period included the 2 minutes of the catalyst getting heated first. This meant those 24 potions would require a minimum of 64 minutes to deal with them all. This would leave him with 12 minutes or so to deal with the other potions. He understood that some of their catalysts take at least 15 minutes to be prepared, unlike the Potion of Madness. So, he wasn't planning on creating the catalyst after he was done with the concoction but during it. After seeing that the mixture had fully melted with the catalyst, Felix closed the lid and increased the fire to the limit. Then, he placed his hand on the lid and kept it affixed in its place as the cauldron started shaking and making rumbling noises like a madman was hitting the inner walls of the cauldron from within. While doing so, he was counting backward from 40 seconds to 0. The moment he reached it, Felix opened the lid wide open while taking a step away. Whoosh! Felix didn't bother to close his nose as he had gotten used to it after all the practice he had done with this potion. Without further ado, Felix dove through the red smoke and held the cauldron from its handles. Then, he went to the potion vessels and poured the content into one. After making sure that the bottle was filled to the brim, Felix placed the cauldron back on the fire and poured another catalyst within it. Then, he closed the lid and lowered the fire intensity back to normal. Since it would take 2 minutes before the catalyst to get fully heated, Felix went back to the preparation table and began working on the rejuvenation potion's catalyst. The first thing he did was activate his quantum vision and begin eliminating the microorganisms without utilizing his lightning-quick reflexes. That led the viewers to see his average speed of eliminating 95% in 40 seconds. But it didn't matter since he wasn't killing them during the concoction. After he finished, he took it to the glassware table and followed the steps of extracting its essence that would be used as a catalyst. He didn't supervise the process but went back to his cauldron since 2 minutes was about to pass. When it did, Felix lifted the lid and threw in the bloodish mixture, then closed the lid after it. In the art of potion making, if you followed the recipe down to the letter, there was no way in hell you will fail. Thus, the second potion was born under a cloud of red miasma. Lara and Camel currently have concocted all the 6 unique potions to pass the exam and have started to concoct for a potion of madness as well for points since it takes the least time. The commentator switched to Lara and Camel, showing that those girls weren't messing around. Due to the blockage, they didn't know that he was a threat to be aware of. In their eyes, they only considered each other as true opponents. Too bad, their chances to catch up to Felix seemed pretty grim since he was concocting a potion while preparing for the 6 unique potions at the same time. Because he had already dealt with all of their preparation, he entered some sort of a repetitive routine. First, he pours the catalyst, then takes advantage of those 2 minutes to deal with the catalyst of the other 5 potions. When the 2 minutes finish, he returns to the cauldron and empties the content in a vessel. When they compared him to Lara and Camel, they came to a horrifying truth that his method made him 2 times faster than them. Seconds went by, then minutes. Only 15 minutes remained in the exam and the viewers could see that all of the witches had successfully connected the 6 unique potions and were now fighting for more points to rank higher. Most of them managed to concoct only 12 extra potions. Meanwhile, Lara and Camel were currently on their 18 extra potions. Based on their average speed, the viewers guessed that they could add at most additional 4 potions due to the catalyst taking a minimum of 10 minutes to be ready. When they glanced at Felix's preparation table and saw 24 potions gleaming with red light, they could only give Lara and Camel a piteous look. Felix is still going strong. 24 potions of madness are already out and the catalysts of the remaining 5 potions had been dealt with. The commentator commented in excitement. 15 minutes is more than enough to concoct them unless he made a fatal mistake. Mistake? Looking at Felix's serious expression as he kept mixing the ingredients together made the bidders smile bitterly. They knew that all of their money placed on Camel and Lara was gone. The difference in potions was too high to cover in this short period of time. Sigh, if I placed a bet on Landlord, I would have gotten 7 times worth my money. Anyone else thinks that he might be Landlord betting on himself? No one can be that confident to bet this much money while the rumors on the network made it pretty clear that he had no chance to rank higher. Ah, don't remind me of those damned rumors. The stream chat was loaded with comments from bidders since they had the most interest in the exam's results, unlike other viewers. All of them felt like they had been cheated out of their money since the rumors were too damn real. Yet, no matter how pained they feel about their loss, it could never amount to the house's executives who had the urge to strangle Felix. Who could blame them? Every time they see Felix finishing a potion and placing it on a table, they got closer to losing a whopping 35 billion SC. Truthfully speaking, they were being quite greedy since they were going to earn at least 10 times that amount thanks to Felix. After all, the bids were concentrated mostly on Lara, Camel, and other witches at the top. So both parties were winning from this. Although Felix was about to earn 35 billion SC, his mind never drifted to that thought. 5 minutes remaining and only tonic of idle minds is left. Felix wiped his sweaty forehead with his sleeve and washed his hands again before touching the last remaining mixture. After spending 40 seconds eliminating most microorganisms, Felix brought the mixture next to the cauldron and poured the liquid catalyst inside. It takes 3 minutes for this exact catalyst to heat up and another minute after it for the mixture to melt inside of it. Felix smiled with a relieved expression. This will leave me 1 minute to pour it in the empty vessel and conclude the exam. Now, we wait for the final results. Hopefully, this is enough to put me in the top 3. Felix wished. Since he wasn't able to see Camel or Lara's progress, he was quite on edge about them pulling something extraordinary and surpassing him. Unbeknownst to him, all of his friends and family members were cheering in excitement, knowing that Felix was just about to pull off the unthinkable. Felix Maxwell, a human, an SG player, a prick, but now, under the eyes of the universe, he was number 1 in the entire semester, toppling over hundreds of witches in the one thing they were best at. Unfortunately for the witches, there was no sudden drama or upset to save their faces occurring in the last seconds. The moment the countdown reached 0, the queen had forcefully logged out everyone. No. I was in the middle of pouring the concoction in the vessel. Damn it, so am I. When Felix opened his eyes, he heard disgruntled chatter around him as the witches clearly were displeased by having their last touches get ruined. I hope that all of you are satisfied with your performances during both the written and the practical exams. Teacher Sana looked at Felix and said with an elated smile, especially you student Felix. Was his performance that good? Lara tilted her head in confusion after hearing so. The human, hey. Camel gave a side glance at Felix and focused back on Teacher Sana, not giving a crap about his performance. The only thing in her mind now was to see her name as first ranker, scoring above all. She was extremely confident in her performance since she had overdone herself. Upon seeing her confident expression, the viewers could only give her a sympathetic look as they knew that her world was about to flip upside down, so as the rest of the poor witches. Chapter 519, a resounding slap that would be written in history books. Can you guess your rank? I think I will be in the top 100. Sigh, I doubt that I will make it that far. Most of the materials that I prepared didn't get chosen. At least, you won't be last. The witches around Felix kept chatting between them while a couple of them sneaked a glance or two at Felix. They heard that Teacher Sana had praised him, but they still refused to believe that he could do better than them. Thankfully, Teacher Sana didn't leave them guessing for long as she had manifested a wide holographic list that displayed the entire semester ranking. It appeared as //1. Felix Maxwell, written exam /A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A+ A++/A++, practical exams A++/1680 points. 2. Lara, written exams/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++, practical exams A++/1260 points. 3. Camel, written exams/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++, practical exams/A++/1260 points. 13. Naima, written exams/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++, practical exams/A++/900 points. 24. Carry, written exams/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++, practical exams/A++/800 points. The moment the witches spotted Felix's name toppling over everyone like a god over a mortal, their hopeful expressions stiffened at once. Meanwhile, their brains were trying their best to analyze what they were staring at. Is this some sort of a joke? Camel thought with her pupil enlarged to the limit, reflecting on its glassy surface, Felix's name and his monstrous marks. Her reaction was shared by most witches as all of them had doubted their eyes at the start, then felt like they were being pranked by the administration. Although it was far-fetched, in their eyes it was more logical than a human performing better than all of them in the one thing that they know. Such a slap, such a shock, it was too much for their minds to handle and they would rather avoid considering it at all. Teacher, I think you made a mistake with ranking. A witch murmured softly while glancing at Felix, who had a relieved expression like a weight had been removed over his shoulder. Teacher Sana pushed her glasses clumsily and said, if you are talking about student Felix, then there is no mistake whatsoever. Teacher Sana looked at their taken-back expressions and proclaimed with a soft tone, his performance was indeed extraordinary and deserving of such a rank. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. He must have cheated. Humans are known for being deceptive. So he would have found a way. This can't be happening to me. Camel swayed a little, feeling like she will pass out at any moment. No one else got hit harder than her. Even Lara was left merely speechless by the situation. Previous memories of picking up Felix from the space elevator station coursed in her mind, making her find it a bit difficult to imagine that human would actually surpass her. So scary, if they jumped on me out of anger, I will definitely end up killing one of them by mistake. When Felix saw the hysteria in the classroom of witches clamoring around, he gulped a mouthful and sneaked to the window. The cheater is trying to run away. Don't let him leave. The agitated witches instantly noticed his attempt and tried to block it. Alas, Felix was too mobile to be caught by them. He easily jumped outside of the window and landed on the grass like a feather. Then, he bolted towards the dorms. Looking at him running away, Teacher Sana didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was supposed to be his moment to shine and gain approval in the academy, but it turned into this fiasco due to the witches absolutely refusing to accept the reality. To put it into our perspective, it was the same as a literature student ranking first in a science major final exam after studying merely 6 months. Who in his right mind would accept it without seeing how he did it? Unfortunately for the witches, the proof was already trending viral in the network, showing clips of Felix's unique way of concocting potions. Well, it wasn't that unique since he was mostly using techniques that had already been done before. But the fact that he could enhance his mental control with his lighting element was the most astonishing part. When Camel, Lara, and the rest of the witches saw those clips, they went seeking answers in the forums since they couldn't figure out how could lightning ability help him with his mental energy control. They quickly found that everyone's first hypothesis was enhanced reflexes due to lightning. They didn't know which ability he used exactly, but there were plenty of abilities related to enhancing reflexes. As for how he managed to create 6 catalyst portions at the same time, it was also explained in detail for them. Lastly, the photographic memory potion easily explained his written marks. The bottom line was that Felix had utilized only his own assets to concoct the potions, which translate to him passing the exams without cheating at all. When the witches reached this conclusion, hell broke loose in the academy. Even senior witches had heard the news and were flabbergasted by it. They could already foresee the academy's reputation and its students getting thrown in the gutter by other witches from different academies and also people from around the universe. Some even predicted that the witch as a race was going to suffer from this. That's because everyone would begin considering that their talent in potion making was actually garbage if a human could score higher than their students without having the same foundation as them. So this was a real issue. Uncaring about the mess he left behind, Felix was chilling on the upper floor of the library, sitting in the rightmost corner. This place was a perfect hiding spot since there were many rows of books around it, hiding Felix and his table. Since today was for the exams, the library was completely empty from witches, allowing Felix to enjoy a few minutes of peace. He didn't dare to return to his room since everyone knew about it. That's why he bolted before in its direction to fool the witches into heading there when they come for his ASS. Felix was fully clear that wasn't going to blow off anytime soon since he had just delivered a resounding slap that would be written in history books. He, good, 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 now just keep it up for the other 5 semesters. Lady Sphinx praised with a tiny grin while watching the chaotic situation in the academy through the headmistress' eyes. Sob, you want me to get beat up? Felix's eyes got a bit teary after being reminded of his classmates' bloodthirsty eyes. Their beauty was no more as he saw only devils, who lost their insanity due to such a brutal humiliation. It wasn't that he was afraid of getting beat up but ending up killing a witch by accident due to his strength. That's going to screw him up big time since everyone was assuming that he was under the effects of the weakening potion. I can only avoid them until they accept the reality. Felix surveyed around him with his infrared vision. When he saw that the floor was still empty, he requested in his mind, "Queen, please show me the latest biggest transfer to my bank account. 35 billion SC from the PC.O.C.K gambling house." Queen replied. "Thank you." Felix smiled at the sound of that. It was free money after all and also a good punishment to anyone who doubted him after everything that he had been showing in the games. "Give me the rewards for the first rank," he requested again, quickly forgetting about those billions. "Ti ring. Congratulations for obtaining the Dusk Wraith Potion Recipe License and 7000 CP. Upon hearing the notification, Felix grinned slightly. I won't need to worry about the rent for a long while now. Due to his 3 months' absence, Felix had 1,200 CP debt on his rent. Since the fake mission he accepted by Sage Dalilia was clearly meant for training, the contribution points rewarded were a couple of measly 100 points. Dusk Wraith Potion is capable of giving the drinker 200 longevity instantly just to sap all of it for a massive enhancement in elemental energy. Felix brought out a holographic picture of the grim-looking potion and its recipe. He already read about its effects, but the recipe was kept secret. Only those with permission or license could know it. Hopefully, its materials aren't that expensive or hard to get. Felix wished softly. Felix knew that he was asking for a lot, since for a rank 2 Dusk Wraith potion to be sold at $500 million it only meant that its main and subsidiary ingredient were going to be rare. As expected, Felix flinched the moment he saw that its main material was a dusk flower while the subsidiary was a dawn flower. As for the catalyst, it was created from 5 drops of purity fountain and a cup of cleansed water. Since Felix had been reading plenty of books about materials, he recognized those flowers at once and also most of their details. Dawn flower is capable of increasing longevity by 200 years if all of its petals were consumed. Because it could be used by everyone, its price is at 100 million. Felix rubbed his chin and glanced at the dawn flower. If anyone saw it, they could mistake it for a normal lily flower since it appeared just like it, even its petals were creamy white. As for the dusk flower, it does the total opposite, as it saps the drinker from 200 years of his longevity but provides an astronomical level of energy that will remain for years, unless the drinker decided to use it fully. Felix thought while looking at a twin flower that appeared exactly like the dawn flower but with pitch black leaves. It's priced at 50 million, which is not that bad. Felix rested his head on his elbow and returned to reading the recipe. Since it was a rank 2 potion, there were additional secondary materials needed for a third step in the concoction. It was called the augmentation phase. Chapter 520, The Real Potion Making, Defying the Laws. To understand why the augmentation phase was needed for rank 2 plus potions, one needs to understand how rank 2 potions get concocted. First, the catalyst gets thrown in the cauldron to get heated up. After it finishes, the mixed main ingredient and subsidiary ingredient follow it up. Unlike rank 1 potions where the reaction always results in creating a usable concoction if the recipe was followed properly, the reaction in rank 2 would always end up failing. Failure meant getting useless goo. This would happen even if the microorganisms were taken care of. That's due to the materials not being able to react to each other at all by nature itself. That's what most witches assume. If supervised under a microscope, the only result would be the emergence of dark matter slowly creeping from the outside into the inside of the mixture. The Podiwana refer to this as the dark reaction. It happens only with high-grade materials that were meant to concoct +2 rank potions. Some witches considered this to be a failed reaction while others consider it to be a natural reaction that was simply meant to happen by the laws of the universe. It was like the universe was forbidding them to merge the materials together. Lady Sphinx, being the founder of alchemy, was the first to defy the universe's laws and attempt to merge those high-graded materials and turn them either into a potion or God knows what. Lady Sphinx's entire existence was a rebel to the universe since she was one of the few beings still seeking its secrets. Felix wasn't told by her how she defied the universe, but a general concept was written in almost every potion-related book. Hence, he knew that the Podiwana role in this was to supervise the reaction on an atomic level, then utilize her mental energy to manually save the reaction from going dark fully. This phase was called atomic interference. After all, just a drop of water has 1.67 sc-stillion water molecules. That's why Podiwana never bothered to manually save all of them, but just what they could, and use the mental energy to protect them from being reached by the dark reaction. Since the dark reaction made it seem in the atomic world like a curse or a plague spreading throughout the 2 mixed ingredients, the Podiwana would try his best to block it off from contaminating everything at once. Let's say a Podiwana had saved only 20% of the mixture while the remaining 80% had been ruined by the dark reaction. It meant that the concoction had a 20% chance of turning into a useful concoction if the next phase had succeeded. Obviously, this was the augmentation phase. This phase was included to increase the chances of turning the saved portion into an actual effective potion. It required the Podi-Oner to add secondary positive materials that could help the portion grow extensively. This step depends on luck and the amount of material that the Podi-Oner had saved. Since most concoctions had from 30 seconds to 60 seconds window before the mixture gets melted into the catalyst, this meant that speed, high perspective, and extraordinary mental control were must-have tools for the Podi-Oners. That's why witches were practicing by eliminating microorganisms during concoction instead of simply eliminating them on the preparation table. It might not have a fraction of the difficulty of dealing with molecules and atoms, but it was still a good practice. This was also the reason why turning into an expert Podi-Oner was the requirement of graduation in the academy, while turning into an apprentice Podi-Oner could be done just in the first semester. Concocting the first rank 2 potion was a major milestone for each witch, since it represents turning into a senior witch. In the case of Felix, a senior witcher. Speaking about witches, Felix had to change his hiding spot since he saw 2 humanoid auras stepping onto his floor and approaching him rapidly. Currently, he was in the library toilet, reading about the reviews for the Dusk Wraith potion and also if there were many witches concocting it and selling it. If he planned on mass-producing it anytime soon, he needs to figure out if it was worth the time and effort or not. Almost all of them spoke highly about its effect that allows them to harness an astronomical level of energy. This could be life-saving in many situations since energy was literally the source of life for fighters around the universe. Although its $500 million price was a little steep, many rich lords were buying 1 or 2 for emergencies. As for Felix's future competitors, they weren't that many since the recipe was owned by the academy. This meant, only the students and alumnus had a monopoly over it since the licenses were given as rewards in exams or competitions. Felix had counted 10 of them on that website where he contacted Witch Hala. I can't possibly keep hiding in the toilet forever. Felix waved the holograms away from his face while looking with his infrared vision at the library that was being filled slowly. After the exams, we get a month as a holiday. So, I think it's best that I return to the castle and remain there for the duration until the situation cools down. Felix decided. This was the best move currently to avoid trouble. Soon, he called Sage Dalilia, informing her about his decision so she could send protection to escort him back. When he reached the entrance, he beamed his hover platform and swiftly left towards the main gate of the campus. 15 minutes later, Felix was back in his castle's room without any hiccups again. The 10 Silver Tanks platoon was a massive deterrence to anyone with ill intentions towards him. Right now, Naima and Carrie must be losing their minds. Felix grinned wickedly. I should call them later to honor their bet. It has been more than half a year of abstaining from sex and my d.e.s.i.r.es can't be suppressed forever. There are people abstaining for years. Asna cursed with an annoyed look, you just don't want to admit that you are a pervert. Don't compare me to them. Felix said casually, life forced them to abstain from it. It wasn't by choice. Seeing Asna getting irritated after hearing so, Lady Sphinx chuckled and said, only 5 months are left, little Asna. Asna tilted her head in confusion at the start, but soon her eyes widened in disbelief and shame. She instantly closed the connection between them and Felix and exploded on Lady Sphinx, big sis. How could you think like that? She crossed her arms with her cheeks slightly reddened and stressed, I would rather hang myself in a burning house than ever do it with this asshole. Ever. Isn't that a bit harsh? Ramongandra pointed at Felix and said with an honest expression, I think he is a great fit for you. Me too. Lady Sphinx nodded her head, where can you find a partner with the same mental age as you and have a good chance to reach the peak these days? Only old fogies are left in your race, by the way. True. Ramongandra supported, you should really take advantage of the fact that you are still free from the constraints of the universe and get some romance in your life. Who knows how it will turn to be? Upon hearing so, Asna's anger got subside a little bit. She was always seeking freedom from either her shackles or Felix's soul. However, she always knew that she could never be free, since the moment her soul gets separated, she would be forced by the laws imposed on her to carry on her duties just like her race members. So the only difference between now and then would be the type of freedom she would possess. Now, she was free mentally but not physically, vice versa. In 5 months, I will connect to the UVR and have a virtual form. It might not be the same as having a true physical form, but the 100% realism would make it up for it. Asna tightened her lips while staring at Felix, who was preparing to call Malak. Maybe old Snake is right. I should have as much fun as possible before my soul gets freed, but no romance with this perverted asshole. Chapter 521, in a private room at the club. Unbeknownst to all of this happening in his mind, Felix had entered a discussion with Malak about the slaves and expedition situation over a video call. Sir Felix, I have gathered the entire crew. Malak reported calmly, we have now 15 men and 5 women in the expedition squad. All of them had signed a strict recruitment contract. Even the spaceship operators signed it. As for the elders' bodyguards, I made sure to hire 2 peak 4th stage bloodliners. Good work. Felix nodded his head in praise and informed, I have already bought you an exploration-focused spaceship. I believe it will reach you in a month or 2. As for the license, I will be vouching for you. Felix knew that it was going to take at least half a year for Malak to get her license for owning a spaceship, even if he decided to spend a lot of money on bribes. He couldn't wait that long, since the Tier 4 ancient ruin he was planning to send them into was going to be discovered in 4 months by a pirate crew if the timeline remained the same. He wanted them to be on the move in 2 months minimum to avoid encountering those pirates, and also to give them time to unlock at least the first 2 passives in their primogenitors' bloodlines. As for vouching, it simply meant he would be using his license to give them access to planets and Space Worms Expressway. Since his criminal record was sparkling clean, they would be given a permission right away. However, if they broke the laws on a planet or such, his license would be revoked and he would be considered as an accomplice to any criminal activity they carried out. It was done like this to stop anyone from vouching for pirates. We will make sure to get set for the journey as fast as possible. Malak promised. Good. Felix requested, send me the details of your squad members and the hired bodyguards. Without a second delayed, the information was sent to him per email. Felix said his goodbyes and hung up. Then, he opened the emails and began checking on each member of his squad. As he requested her, she made sure to get other races as well, since they had useful and unique abilities in expeditions. For example, she had bought a silver slime slave with 1 billion SC. This slime could be used to scout the situation in the ruins ahead of everyone, since he didn't feel pain, getting affected by illusions, and his form wasn't solid. He could fit himself in places where no man could enter. Also, he could split parts of himself and send them inside tiny holes, or simply scout for traps without endangering himself. Although slimes didn't feel pain and were almost immortals as long as a small part of their body remained, they could get destroyed quite easily. Their trash defense and offense made them part of the bottom feeders in the social status in the universe, even lower than intelligent beasts. She also hired a hound halfling for his exquisite smell senses and a bat halfling for their hearing senses and sonar-related abilities. Bat halflings was the degraded version of vampires, since they inherit only abilities from their bloodline inheritance. It didn't have a full transformation of blood manipulation. Hound halflings had the same situation with werewolves and winter wolves. The rest of the squad were humans. The strongest of them were 2 epic peak 4th stage bloodliners. The others were peak 3rd stage bloodliners, since there wasn't enough capital for Malak to get only peak 4th stage bloodliners. I should probably supervise the expedition by using the ghosting feature if I was free. Felix thought while closing the hologram. In this era, Felix could easily participate in the expedition from his bed by simply using the ghosting and synchronization feature. With the synchronization, he would be feeling everything that happened in the ruins. He could even lead the expedition from his bed, but it didn't feel right. It was impossible to make smart decisions when his life wasn't on the line, unlike the rest of his squad. Hence, he would at most be a spectator and also give them intel about the ruins. Let's think about those matters when the time comes. Felix stretched his arms behind his back and yawned. For now, let's take a quick nap. He had a break from training and he should take advantage of it to recharge. Tomorrow evening, in front of the Dreamy Field nightclub gate, Felix was standing near the entrance while wearing a casual outfit for hanging out. He arrived just a minute ago and was waiting for Naima and Kari's arrival. He spoke with them in the morning and it was truly a long conversation that lasted for at least half an hour. That's due to Naima and Kari not wanting to honor their bet unless Felix explained his ways of concoction. Unlike other witches, they at least didn't accuse him of cheating in the exams, but they did accuse him of cheating them in the bet. Alas, Naima was the one who proposed it, and it was also without good intentions, since if Felix lost, he would have been forced to take care of their upcoming concoction mandatory homework. It consists of 25 rank 1 potions a month for each student in the second semester. This meant Felix would have been required to concoct 75 rank 1 potions each month for half a year. Naima was brutal alright, but it was time for her to get taught a lesson. After waiting a couple of minutes, Felix noticed Naima and Kari exit from a classy sliver hovercar, wearing long tight dresses, accessories, and lastly a light makeup. Such combination with their well-made hairstyles and breathtaking beauty made them appear as two elegant and noble women from a royal family. Luckily, all witches had the same beauty and air, making Naima and Kari attract only a bit of attention to their entry. "You sure dressed well for the evening, ladies," Felix complimented with a smile after he grouped up with them. "Can't say the same to you," Naima said while sizing up Felix's casual outfit of a t-shirt, shorts, and sandals. "It's comfy," Felix said, shrugging his shoulders. "Let's talk inside, it's getting chilly." Kari rubbed her N.A.K.E.D shoulders and walked with quick steps towards the entrance. Felix and Naima followed after her and entered through without any issues with the gatekeeper. Just like before, they picked the door that was leading to the floor with calm music. None of them wanted to hear the rowdiness and see people dance and sweat all over the place. "Let's get a private room," Felix proposed with an innocent tone. Kari and Naima didn't reject his suggestion even though they felt that it was going to be a good decision. "Wait here," Felix said and went to the receptionist. In a few moments, he returned and told them to follow him upstairs. When they reached the upper floor, Felix took them to the back of the corridor and unlocked a room that was to his left with his bracelet. "Go first." Felix extended his hand slightly, gesturing for them to step in first. "I hope you keep this gentleman's behavior throughout the night," Naima said while giving him a side glance. "What do you mean?" Felix scratched his nose and said, "I am always on my best behavior." Kari blushed lightly and followed after her without saying anything. Cluck. Felix closed the door after him and went to sit alone on an armchair while the ladies took the couch. "I believe I still owe you drinks, so go ahead and order as you please," Felix said while tapping his finger on the glass table, calling for a holographic menu. "I won't be shy." Naima laughed a little while pressing on the most luxurious drinks in the club. She asked for 5 bottles at once, clearly preparing to get wasted. She might not show it, but she was frustrated immensely at getting surpassed by Felix with such a massive gap. Since they were in a private room, the setting of the delivery was different. The waiter didn't bring them the drinks, but they got manifested on the table instantly. Felix grabbed a bottle and popped its lid, allowing the foam to be released at once. Then, he poured each of them a big glass and said with a faint smile, "Let's make a toast over our successful passing in the exams plus entering the elite class." Kari and Naima lifted both of their glasses and said together, "To us." "Cheers! Cheers! Cheers!" After gulping down all of their glasses, Felix immediately refilled them. This time, they took smaller sips as they conversed about many interesting things. They started with potion making, and by the time they reached their fourth glass, they were already on the subject of sex.u.a.ld.e.s.i.r.es in love. Naturally, it was the bastard's own doing by leading the conversation to such a path. Chapter 522, After the Holiday. Immediately after Felix began sharing some of his experiences, the atmosphere got a bit heated. The smell of booze and the girls' drunken laughs made it even more passionate. I and Carrie always kiss each other to see if we might feel something happening within our bodies like we read in the network. Naima confessed while leaning against Felix's shoulder with her cheeks reddened and a half-emptied glass on her hand. And? Felix asked. Nothing, burp, nothing at all. It's like kissing a wall. Naima complained. Don't call me a wall. Carrie murmured while lying on the couch. Her eyes appeared half-closed like she would doze off at any moment. They are both wasted. Asna snorted, aren't you going to make a move on them? I am not a creep, you know. Felix saying so didn't seem too convincing with his hand inside Naima's dress, feeling her soft and plump breast. This was totally on Naima since she was the one who asked him to do it so she could see if she would feel anything. Alas, only Felix ended up enjoying the experience. I guess it ain't happening today with them. They must be really frustrated with their ranking to drink this heavily. Felix pulled his hand out after seeing that both of them were on the verge of sleeping. He gently removed Naima's head from his shoulder and laid her on the couch next to Carrie. What are you doing? Naima murmured while hugging Carrie reflexively. She didn't just put her arm around her shoulders but also her leg like he was hugging a giant teddy bear. That ended up showing her white p.a.n.t.ies to Felix, causing his blood to course straight to his junior. Since he wasn't fully sober due to the removal of his poison immunity, Felix knew that he would end up doing something that he regrets if he stayed with them. Queen, please log out the girls. He requested. The Queen complied with his request since she had seen that the girls were nowhere in shape to log out by themselves. After sensing that their bodies were getting chilly, Naima and Carrie opened up their hazy eyes slightly and looked at Felix. No, I still want to have fun, we didn't even do that. Naima said softly one last time before she disappeared with Carrie. Sigh. That's a bummer. Felix smiled wryly and glanced downward at his junior who seemed ready for battle. Some things aren't always meant to happen. Asna said with a delighted tone, appearing quite happy that nothing happened tonight. Seeing her reaction, Lady Sphinx and J. Ramongandra chuckled to themselves and didn't comment. She might not recognize it but she is already attracted to Felix. Lady Sphinx sent a telepathic message to J. Ramongandra. Indeed, if Felix kept behaving properly, they might end up as an item eventually. Probably, in tens of years or something. Asna's stubbornness and pride need at least that many yet. Lil bro, don't worry. We are hitting something tonight no matter what. J. Ramongandra's words were caught in his throat after hearing Felix's promise and seeing him suddenly opening up a holographic catalogue full of beautiful women. The catalogue belonged to the club and it was for guests who wanted to have some fun with escorts. Upon seeing him pick up two girls and Asna gritting her teeth in anger, J. Ramongandra could only shake his head and keep his thoughts to himself. Pervert, you really going to stoop this low? Asna cursed. Yep. Felix agreed without an ounce of shame on his face. Half a year of abstaining from sex was definitely going to mess up with his mind sooner or later since he couldn't control his body fully yet. He was in his early 20s for God's sake. He wasn't a monk nor wanting to be one. Since Naima and Carrie left him with blue balls, he definitely not going to back out today from releasing his stress. Humph. I hope you catch a virtual STD then. Asna cursed one last time before disconnecting the connection between them. Felix could only speechlessly try to digest her stupid curse. Soon, he stopped thinking about Asna or anything else after hearing a knock on his door. He fixed his attire and went to open up the door. Upon seeing two gorgeous goddesses standing before him, Felix pulled them swiftly inside and closed the door shut. Thankfully, the rooms were soundproof, containing the wild noises from the inside. Meanwhile, Asna had grouped up with the elders to play some games to pass time until that bastard finishes. She had no idea why she was feeling so damn irritated, but she was going to give Felix an earful for making her feel like this. Little Asna, you okie! Shut up and deal me! Asna snapped at the J. Ramongandra with a glare while sitting next to him on a table. Sheesh, she is sure feisty. J. Ramongandra glanced at Lady Sphinx and they both agreed telepathically to just stay out of this matter entirely. After the deck was dealt, they started playing in silence while Felix was still going at it wildly. A month later, Felix could be seen chilling under a tree on the campus besides Naima and Carrie. The holiday was over yesterday and the students were required to attend their classes based on their newest schedule from today. While the students were on a holiday, the campus had welcomed hundreds of new cute faces. Naturally, the enrollment exams were held right after the final exams were over so there wouldn't be a clash between semesters. Oh, you are being glared at again. Naima giggled while gesturing with her head at a witch passing by. She was giving Felix a nasty glare like he had killed her parents or something. Meh, they can glare all they want, nothing will change. Felix replied calmly, not bothering to even glance at that witch. In the past month, a lot of things had transpired and changed on the campus. First, Felix wasn't being seen with favorable light anymore by the witches after the humiliating ranking incident. Since the media love fanning flames, they kept praising Felix to the sun, claiming that if other races had the same spiritual vision as the witches, they would also easily do better than them. Every media in every galaxy wrote almost the same version but simply changing the human race to their own race. This dumped some of the witches' reputations in the network, making them stop being perceived as superior to other lower races. When Felix's enemies saw this situation, they became overjoyed, thinking that the witch government was going to cast Felix away since he was making things worse for them. Alas, neither the Queen Allura nor the sages around the empire felt irritated by the situation. Instead, they welcomed it since they knew that the latest younger generation of witches was getting a bit sloppy. Since Lady Sphinx noticed it, the other sages had also spotted the current trending issue of the witches stopping at master rank to seek momentary profit instead of the peak of potion making. They didn't want to see it continue happening lest the witches would end up without a newer sage in the next thousands of years. Thus, instead of making it difficult for Felix, they actually took advantage of it and announced that any witch to emerge in rank 1 in the upcoming semesters would be given a chance to choose any sage witch as their teacher. Also, any witch that scores higher than Felix's first semester results. With that announcement, the 1s/second semester witches went absolutely frantic in their studies and practice, so they would have higher chances of toppling over others and specifically Felix. The announcement, Felix's presence, and everyone's doubts sure made the witches work harder than before. But the stress of such hard work was naturally targeted at Felix, who was the progenitor of the whole thing. Ding ding ding! Abruptly, the bell had gone off throughout the main faculty and its surroundings, letting everyone know that the first morning class was about to begin. Felix stretched his arms behind his back and stood up. He gave Naima and Carrie a hand, then they walked together to the class, uncaring about the looks they were getting. Felix liked Naima and Carrie even more when they stuck in those moments when he was clearly starting to be an outcast in the academy. He knew that the situation would only get worse after each semester since he required to always be in the top 3. Imagine a human toppling over the witches for 6 semesters straight? Just thought of it sent chills down Felix's spine. In a short moment, they entered one of the lecture halls on the first floor. This lecture hall wasn't like any other since only elite class students were allowed to enter it. Hence, the moment Felix was noticed in front of the door, the chatter quieted down while the witch's eyes had landed on him. 27 Witch was staring at him dead in the eye, making even Naima and Carrie feel pressured. They were ought to feel that way since all of those witches were in the top 30 in the entire semester. All of them had either a sage teacher or a grandmaster teacher behind them. Lara and Camel were also here and they were giving him mixed looks. However, Felix could see that both of them had a fire burning in their eyes, clearly not planning to give up on the first rank in this semester again. "Morning, ladies." Felix smiled charmingly as he greeted. Chapter 523, A Demonstration. Alas, no one bothered to greet him back, most of them gave him a cold glance while the rest nodded their heads slightly at him. "Hat, no one wants to associate with you." Asna snickered. "Well, I tried to be friendly." Felix shrugged his shoulders lightly and went with the girls to find empty seats. If the witches were hellbent on opposing him, then he wouldn't bother himself anymore with faking politeness. Cluck! Suddenly, the staff door behind the podium was opened and a tanned beautiful witch with short hair had emerged. Immediately after seeing her, every witch showed a frightened expression, dropping their nonchalance at once. "I am Teacher Jamila and I will be your theory course teacher," Jamila informed with a stern look, making every witch lower head after having eye contact with her. Only Felix didn't bother to lower his head as he kept having a charming smile on his face. He was probably the only one in school who wasn't scared of Jamila. Why would he when Teacher Jamila's source of terror was her hellish exercises in PE class? He eats those exercises for lunch, unlike witches who hated physical workouts. "Even though I have been appointed as your theory teacher, I will still be teaching physical education this semester." Teacher Jamila tightened her grip in front of the witches and warned, "So, elites or not, I expect all of you to attend those classes, understood?" "Yes." The witches replied with disheartened tones, making Teacher Jamila frown her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. Still, she let it slip by for now. "I assume that you have read your second semester syllabus at least once in this holiday," Teacher Jamila said. "Very well, I won't go through the base theory of rank 2 potions concoction but I will show you a demonstration." Teacher Jamila requested, "Please use this link to log into the UVR." Everyone closed their eyes and did as they were told. When they opened them up, they found a potion-making station was already in front of Teacher Jamila. As you all know, the dark reaction has yet to be fully researched. It goes against the laws of the universe since no matter which high-graded materials we chose to merge, they always end up as useless black goo after the catalyst forces their reaction. Teacher Jamila mentioned while picking two materials. One was a dark green twisted stick and the other was a spherical red leaf, appearing like a balloon. "This is B-grade bubble leaf and twisty poisonous branch," Teacher Jamila informed. It took Sage Monia at least 5 years of trials and error before finding out the perfect recipe to create a potion out of them. Felix and the witches didn't even flinch after hearing so. They understood that creating recipes was a time-consuming project. Even with the existence of the UVR, it takes a year at a minimum of constant attempts to find the perfect recipe for 2 ingredients. It wasn't a joke at all to create a new recipe. Yet, most senior witches were still going for it since having a monopoly over a recipe was the dream. "We will skip the preparation steps and jump straight into the atomic phase," Teach Jamila warned, "so pay attention, I won't repeat the demonstration again." Immediately after saying so, the empty cauldron got filled with a bubbly red liquid. "This is the catalyst, created from 10 drops of Inferno Lake and 3 cups boiling hot water," she explained while bringing the prepared mixture of those 2 ingredients to the cauldron. It was mixed like a flat-out square. Felix and the witches knew that this shape was a must to increase the success of the potion. Teacher Jamila held the mixture by the sides and placed it gently on the bubbling liquid. Immediately after, the screen switched to showing the microscopic world. Since the microorganisms had been taken care of by the queen, the surface of the mixture appeared clean. Teacher Jamila didn't remain in the microscopic world for even a split second as she kept zooming in ceaselessly until the molecules of each mixture had been displayed before all. She caught them in the process of having their bonds getting broken due to the catalyst, forcing out a reaction of them. If it wasn't for this specific catalyst, the molecules that made both ingredients wouldn't break apart and try to bind together. Abruptly, a colored green light covered those molecules and kept expanding at a horrifying speed. The synchronized screen made it easier to see so by zooming out to show the new bounds of the green light. Teacher Jamila's mental energy control sure is astonishing. Felix thought in admiration, when will I be able to create such a massive protective dome in less than a second? The other witches kept their mouths shut as well, not wanting to break off Teacher Jamila's focus. She was still in the process of expanding her dome bigger and bigger, putting as many molecules as possible inside for the next 30 seconds. Since the camera was synchronized with her eyes, it didn't show what was going on the sides of the mixture. However, Felix and some witches who were zooming in on the cauldron itself managed to notice a spooky sight. The corners and sides of the square-shaped mixture had turned completely pitch black. Pieces of it had already started to fall off inside the bubbling liquid. Yet, the dark matter was still moving slowly to the center, appearing like a dark mist overshadowing a peaceful land. However, immediately after reaching a 3 cm radius around the center, it froze like there was a barrier blocking it from advancing forward and corrupting the rest of the mixture. Although he refers to it as a dome, in reality, it was more of a sphere that encased that entire portion from every possible direction. They appear like a sea of little bugs. Asna curled her lips in disgust at the sight of those little black things, trying their utmost best to break through the dome like their entire purpose was meant just to achieve so. Alas, the moment Teacher Jamila saw that the molecules had bonded successfully, she pulled out that small portion from the cauldron with her mental energy, slicing off everything else. Immediately after they got separated from the catalyst, those little dark things had disappeared into thin air like their lifeline had been cut out of them. Felix knew that without the catalyst, they couldn't stay for long. If it wasn't for so, they would have emerged right after Teacher Jamila mixed the main ingredient with the subsidiary. Their existence is truly beyond comprehension. Felix thought to himself. He already asked Lady Sphinx about them and she completely ignored him. He knew that there was a deep secret hidden here since the dark reaction clearly was targeted at alchemy in specific. He didn't know why and he already burned many cells trying to figure it out on his own. Alas, if trillions of witches couldn't discover the truth about the dark reaction throughout millions of years, how could he do it in a couple of days? Hence, he gave up on the matter and focused on what's important, the demonstration. I have chosen this potion specifically since I had spent a year practicing it. Teacher Jamila brought the small saved portion next to her face and said, "This amount is the reward of my efforts, a measly 10% while 90% had been completely wasted." Felix's eyelids twitched after hearing calling such an amount with that term. He understood that rank 2+ potions require a massive amount of dedication for every single potion. It wasn't possible to simply learn one recipe and jump into the other with a snap of a finger. That's because of the atomic interference phase requiring a lot of time to master. Felix knew that if he ever attempted to repeat Teacher Jamila's feat, he would at most protect 1% of the mixture. If he used his lightning passive, it might reach 3% or 4% if he was lucky. That percentage was nowhere near good since the secondary positive materials wouldn't be able to help that tiny portion turn into a potion. Speaking about the augmentation phase, Teacher Jamila cleaned the cauldron from the concoction and poured a yellow sticky liquid inside of it. Then, sprinkled some black dust and turned the fire to the max. Those two are the secondary positive materials for this exact potion. They are below B-grade materials. If you ever used B-grade and materials, you will be required to deal with the dark reaction all over again. She explained while throwing in the saved portion of the mixture. Immediately after it touched the liquid, it sank within it and Teacher Jamila closed the lid. "We leave it like this for 5 minutes. Teacher Jamila said, "This is where we usually pray to all the known gods and religions in the universe for the potion to succeed." In other words, the Poti Oner couldn't make a difference anymore even if she wanted. The efforts she did in the atomic interference phase were going to be the decider whether she gets a potion or a gooey substance. If she was lucky, that substance could be useful by being applied directly to the skin. This was the birthplace of the substances sold in the UVR, they were the byproduct of a failed rank 2+ potions. Chapter 524, Spinning the Wheel. Witches were always known for creating substances and potions. While potions were always liquid, substances were gooey and sticky. Naturally, witches never aimed to concoct substances since potions had 5 times better the effect than a substance. For example, when Felix used the eagle wings substance during the bus kidnapping attempt, the substance applied directly on his shoulder blades, giving off grey wings. When its effect was gone, he was left with an itchy feeling like his skin was being eaten by ants. That was a side effect that most substances had since they were an imperfect version of the potion that was meant to be created. That's why he didn't feel any side effects when he drank the angel wings potion and obtained those wings. This didn't mean that potions didn't have any side effects whatsoever, it simply meant that it was highly likely for substances to have them due to their imperfect status. Before long, 5 minutes passed by and Teacher Jamila placed her hand on the cauldron's lid. "You ready?" she asked calmly. Upon seeing that everyone had their eyes focused on her, she lifted the lid at once and a fragrant aroma spread in the entire classroom, making the witches wrinkle their noses in enjoyment. "I guess we got lucky." Teacher Jamila smiled faintly for the first time and said, "I hoped that it will fail so I can teach you a little about substances. But let's leave that for later." Teacher Jamila held the cauldron from its handles and poured it into an empty glass bottle. As expected, the content was liquid and red like blood. After the bottle was filled, she closed its lid and lifted it before them. "There you go, a perfect rank 2 infernal blood potion." She disclosed some information about it. It costs currently 300 million SC. It is high in demand for vampires since it allows the user to transfer his blood into a force equal to the amount transferred. The witches neither react to the potion's effect or its price. After all, their teachers were either sages or grandmasters. They had seen even rank 4 potions get concocted, potions that could be sold at tens of billions a bottle. Meanwhile, Felix was simply too rich to feel a thing. After the demonstration was concluded, Teacher Jamila asked them to bring out the Theory of Potion Making book and move to the 170th page. This was a continuous course from the first semester since it was impossible to cover the theories of potion making in a single semester. The class went on for an additional hour and a half before Teacher Jamila dismissed them without giving them homework. They already had a mandatory concoction homework of concocting 30 potions this month. Felix had yet to finish it due to his mental energy being consumed fully after 5 potions. After all, the potions needed to be concocted in the real world. Since it takes a lot of time for mental energy to recover, Felix had to be moderate in his use lest he end up tiring himself. The moment Teacher Jamila left the classroom, Felix fixed his attire and stood up with Naima and Carrie. Then, they exited through the door under some nasty glares. "How about we hit the club tonight?" Naima suggested while coiling a stalk around her finger. "We haven't honored your bet yet and you keep rejecting to hang with us in the holiday." Felix didn't even spend a second thinking about it before rejecting her offer. "I have the stuff to do tonight, let's leave it for another day." As she said, Felix thoroughly rejected doing it with them since the moment he released everything in the club on escorts. That was enough to sate his desires and he had enough self-control to focus on his training and gaining more strength. After all, he never forgot for even a second that he was being targeted by millions of people, wanting his head for bounties, secrets, eyes, etc. What's even more important than doing it with us? Don't you humans love those things the most and put them as a priority? Naima pouted. There are individual games to prepare for, planetary games, meeting with family, dealing with private matters, concoction practices, physical training, mental training, manipulation training, mandatory homework, business proch. Arg. Enough you asshole. Not wanting to hear him say more, she glared at him in annoyance and walked away with Carrie who was giving him an apologetic look. "Wait, I still have a couple more to mention. You, leave me alone. Felix chuckled and chased after them, teasing Naima even more. Although it came out as a joke, Felix truly wasn't in the mood to get down for tonight since it was the time to roll the wheel for the individual game again. As for the planetary games? With his strength, he was literally forcing the other teams to surrender in the first minutes before he got to do anything. Even when he plans to just chill and be the backup, the other teams give up before the game gets heated. Who could blame them? The strongest player in the previous planetary game was a peak third-stage bloodliner. How would they dare to look Felix in the eyes when they knew that he could literally squish them to death in a blink of an eye? Due to this, the Earthling team had won all of their placement games, getting them placed in high silver right away. However, their MMR was going to make them face off teams with 4th stage bloodliners players. Although their improvement was amazing as most of them had reached the peak 2nd stage of replacement, it was still not enough to fight such battles. Hence, Felix had already told them that he would be rolling for another game until they hit peak 5th stage of replacement. If they kept with their improvement and using all the resources possible, this could happen in less than 2 years. Naturally, the world leaders weren't pleased by such a decision since they wouldn't be earning a dime from the games for 2 years. Alas, Felix simply didn't give a crap about their wants. A couple of hours later, Felix was back in the dorm's room after attending 2 more classes. The first thing he did was take a quick shower. When he was done, he laid on his bed and placed a leg above the other. Then, he brought out his profile interface and clicked Start a new game. Immediately after the wheel green button emerged before him, Felix requested from the Queen, "Please utilize format choosing coupon." "Are you certain?" "Yes." "TI ring. You have successfully used format choosing coupon, please choose wisely." The moment Felix received the notification, a side hologram had emerged showing him a long colorful list of all the formats currently in the games. He spotted a few ones that he played in this life, such as sports format, puzzle format, lifestyle format. There were also plenty of niche formats that he never played before like, kids games format or space format. Felix ignored them all since they weren't to his cup of tea. Should I go for the racing format, sports format, puzzle format, or battle format? Felix wondered while scratching his chin. He had great success in all of them. If he was in the human SG branch, he would have chosen without a doubt battle format. However, knowing that he would be placed with peak gold or platinum players made him hesitate. He knew that it wasn't going to be an easy win, especially when platinum rank had a couple of monsters that he couldn't face off with his strength. Monsters with strength equivalent to Origin Realm bloodliners, although Felix was consuming natural treasures on daily basis, they were merely increasing his strength by 50 BF every time due to their low grade. He had no intentions of spending 30 billion and on grade A natural treasures when their market price was 10 billion or less. Now, he had almost 18,000 BF due to those natural treasures and also his increased integration that jumped to 81%. Although he had unlocked a pretty good passive at 75%, he was still not fully confident that he could win by a landslide. He knew that he could wait months until he increases his strength, but he would lose out on a SNES emergency tank that was a massive help to him in every game. He would rather play the upcoming games with that busted tank than wait 4 months or so and play with additional strength but trash energy to support it. There was no way in hell he was going to request a SNE to hold off joining in the UVR since he knew that it was impossible to hold it off forever just so he could have her cheat in the games. Plus, it was truly a dickish move to make. A SNE is waiting eagerly each day to enter UVR and he had no right to stop her. Since straightforward battles are going to be extra risky with such massive bounties on my head, I can only eliminate battle format for now. After making his decision, Felix focused on the other 3 formats and started pondering on which one was going to be the easiest and also the most profitable. With my lightning element, extreme speed is one of my strengths and I need to play around it. Felix contemplated, with my strength increase, my body can handle storing an additional 50% of lightning. This would give me a minute and a half of staying fully active on supersonic mode. Although it didn't sound like a lot, sprinting at supersonic speed for a minute and a half was more than enough to put tens of miles as a head start against other players if he chose racing format. With such a head start, even if Felix continued with his normal speed, they would never catch him. Not mentioning his immense mobility inside structural areas with his lightning pull ability. All of those advantages point out that the racing format was currently the best for him. Though, he didn't know much about game points. The racing format makes it almost impossible to focus on game points when any tiny delay could cost one the championship. Since he didn't pick vehicle racing format, he had a high chance of landing on foot racing. Let's see what game I land in first. Maybe I will get lucky and land in one that provides special ways to get points. Felix pressed on the racing format and was sent to the green button for the games. He clicked it immediately and watched the wheel spin for a couple of seconds before stopping it. Ting ting, ting. Congratulations on picking the game, one way down. Chapter 525, Garbage Luck Strikes Again. Immediately after, a side hologram emerged, showing its details. / Game Platform, Universal Individual Supremacy Games. Game Format, Racing. Game Name, One Way Down. Participants Number, 25, still increasing. Strength Allowed, Human Race System from Awakening Realm to Origin Realm. Prizes Pool, High-Grade Stones, Peak-Grade Stones, Vial of Hatred, Flask of Dream Vision, Anti-Cursed Talisman, Vial of Giant Growth, Shadow Dagger. Rules of the game. 1. All of the players will be teleported 250 kilometers above the surface of a dried-up desert. 2. They will be gathered in a 50 meters radius to remain near each other. 3. All of the players will be left to free fall towards the ground without any parachute or a resource capable of helping them fly, float, hover, etc. 4. The use of flight abilities, elemental manipulation, and body parts, to fly, float, and hover are banned. 5. The players are allowed to use whatever in their possession as long as it didn't slow down their descent by more than 30%. 6. There will be loot boxes, parachutes, two-ways teleportation rings, speed-boosting rings, and speed-slowing rings in the original 50 meters radius throughout the 250 kilometers descent. 7. Loot boxes will have only goodies inside without risks. Game points bundles, potions, artifacts, natural treasures, etc. 8. Speed-boosting rings will increase the player's descent by 20% if they went through them. Speed-slowing rings will reduce it by 20%. 9. The parachutes will be modified based on each player's race. They are immune to the user's abilities but not to the enemy's. 10. The fall damage caused to the body would be enhanced by 500%. It is highly advisable to secure a parachute at all costs. 11. The use of spatial cards is banned. 12. There will be obstacles on the way down, ranging from bird attacks, thunderstorms, sudden gusts of wind, etc. 13. Players are allowed to wear standard anti-chill suit goggles. The map has been modified to allow you easy breathing at such heights. 14. The first alive player to touch the ground will be declared the champion. For more information, please open your SG profile interface. Good luck to all participants // Ha 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 ha. Your luck never fails to amuse me. Under Asna's jeering laughs, Felix's eyelids kept twitching while reading the rules of the game. The only reason he chose the racing format was to utilize his supersonic speed. But how the F***ck could he do that while free-falling? It wasn't like his falling speed would increase after letting go of his stored lightning. He needs surfaces so his enhanced limbs could actually utilize the electricity that was coursing through them. That's what gives him his speed in the first place. Out of all games, it just had to be this one. Felix let out a long exhale and said, I guess it's best to just use the respin coupon. No need to be hasty. J. Ramongander requested, see the participation list first and check for any Primogenitors champions. If there were any, you won't be able to dodge the game based on the contract's terms. Right, I totally forgot about it. Felix frowned his eyebrows and clicked on the participation list. / participants list. Sensation _4510, Spirit Fox Gold rank, Peak tier, wins 14 / losses 2. For more details click on the name. Salts Master _1224, Shadowborn Gold rank, Peak tier, wins 11 / losses 2. For more details click on the name. Wild's Breath _4754, Dark Druid Gold rank, Peak tier, wins 10 / losses 3. 4. Creelder _2199, Taylism Platinum rank, Low tier, wins 15 / losses 6. 4. Unpaid Landlord _6996, Human Gold rank, Peak tier, wins 7 / losses 0. 4. / Heavy Punch _4496, Orc Gold rank, Peak tier, wins 11 / losses 5. 4. / Without needing to even scroll down, Felix was left speechless by the sight of the first two names shining brightly in gold. He didn't think that he would actually get two champions at once. It's Kumiho and Erebus's champions. Ramongandra frowned his eyebrows. They are going to be tough to deal with in this game since Kumiho's champions are best at mental attacks while Erebus's champions are extremely difficult to kill. Well, I guess today's is not my lucky day. Felix said with a wry smile. He truly felt that it would be much better to respin and try again for another game that actually requires him to be near surfaces, but it is what it is. The moment there were two champions in one list, they must fight unless both opposite primogenitors decided to dodge it together. Alas, the primogenitors almost never do that since the entire reason why they were participating in those games was for entertainment purposes. The bets come second. Felix soon focused back on the list and clicked on those two names. This resulted in having two side holograms emerging at once, displaying their profile interface. Then, he made a search on them in the network, wanting to fully understand who he would be dealing with. After spending an hour or two reading and watching their videos, the only conclusion he reached was that he was going to be royally F***ed if he dared to get close to either of them, especially Kumiho's champion. He literally found absolutely no method of fighting her in close range. Her charm manipulation was too overpowered as it let her control the hormones and emotions of males, turning them into savages that would do anything to get a piece of meat. Hell, he even saw a video of her sitting on the back of an orc while guarded by a werewolf and a vampire together. This happened in the UISG where only the strongest fighters of the galaxy gather. Hell, the only possible method to resist her charm abilities is to castrate myself before the game. Felix's felt a chill coursing down his nether region just by saying it out loud. This was actually a solid plan to resist charm players since it gave them absolute immunity to everything related to charm abilities. Since there were potions able to restore their manhood after the game, there were quite a few players going for it if they ended up facing a monster charm elementalist like Kumiho's champion. The universe finally decided to punish you, pervert. Asna giggled while covering her mouth, seeming like she was enjoying Felix's dilemma. I might lack shame but not to the point of castrating myself from fear. Felix scoffed. He didn't give a shit about others who do it but he wasn't planning on doing it before exploring all of his options first. Based on the game's design and abilities, he had plenty of options to remain as far as possible from her. First, we will be free-falling with the least amount of mobility. Hence, it's going to be tough to get closer to each other without having a good set of abilities. Felix pondered. She is thoroughly dangerous up close but her charm element is mostly invisible or in mist form. So, she is going to have difficulty utilizing it to get closer to me in mid-air, unless she used a teleportation ring. Since this is a race format, she will definitely not put her focus on me but on reaching the ground first and win the bet for her master. Felix sighed in relief. In conclusion, as long as I keep my distance from the start, she won't be considered as a massive danger to me. The game design might have f***ed up with his initial strategy, but at least it gave a safer environment against those two champions. As for Erebus's champion, most of his dangerous abilities were also countered by being in the air, since there weren't surfaces for players' shadows to cast on them. Still, he was a scary opponent to face off due to him being a Shadowborn. This race was one of the top 30 strongest races in the universe. They were known for having the ability to travel between the matter universe and the shadow realm. No one had seen how it looked like but them, since the realm was completely separated from the matter universe with its own set of laws. Hence, filming, taking pictures, or connecting to the Queen was impossible, just like being in a separated dimension. The only information about it came straight from the Shadowborns themselves. All of them proclaimed that it was filled with shadow element natural treasures that could make any shadow elementalist salivate. Probably due to having access to an entire realm filled with those treasures, the race had gained enough strength and status to place itself within the top 30 races in the universe. Felix had a feeling that the shadow primogenitor Erebus was the one who created the shadow realm and was currently residing in it. Let's reread the rules. No matter what they have prepared for me, I can only prepare better than them. Upon making a second sweep, he paused on fourth rule. It seems like the only way to stop is by landing on the ground safely. Felix pondered while glancing at the players' list, wanting to check if there was any player with wings or flight abilities. After checking on all of them, he didn't find any player with wings, but he did find that most players were able to fly or float just fine with their elemental manipulations. I guess those players weren't picked due to the game's design, Felix said calmly. He already knew that choosing a game wasn't 100% random for the players in the UISG platform. The Queen makes sure that players wouldn't be placed in games with extreme disadvantages or advantages for fair play. That's because everyone in the UISG was a master on his own, and it would damn shame to end up dead because of the game removing 50% of your strength. Imagine a winged race player participating in this game just to have him banned from using his wings to fly. But this manipulation in choosing was done only in UISG due to the variety of cultivation systems and elemental manipulation, making it difficult to balance things out in the games. As for SG branches, there wasn't such a thing. You play what you pick.